Lion of Judah Society.
Can. Yes. Shalom, Chaverim, shalom. Yes, greetings. This is Yadon right here. Yes, brothers and sisters. Yes. Good evening, Erev Tov, wherever it's still evening time, or if you're hearing this in the evening time, Erev Tov. If it's nighttime here in the, what they call the nighttime, Lila Tov. And for those in the day, the break of day, rising of the lights, Boker Tov. So right here. Greetings. Shalom, Chaverim. Yes. So we're checking out Zion Lex's rebuttal to Shar Ah Ahraya. I don't even go through that, man. Ahraya. Yeah. It was talking about exactly, why I said I don't want to go through right there because Zion Lex, heal up, brother. Toda Rabba. Nasi Abdiel Ben Levi. Yeah, man. What a great breakdown and a build, and also within the Ruach, within the spirit, the spirit of truly being, an Israelite, being of the Beta Israel, the B'nai Yisrael, the Hebrew, we once lost, now found. Peoples here and these here, Americas, Caribbean, and to the four corners of the earthly plane. We was going to jump on. Somebody thought we was going to jump on, but actually was preparing, for the podcast. Had gone through a little extraction, just to share this right here, a little tooth extraction. Yeah, and so was trying not to, what they say, don't over speak, and the old timers say you don't get no ear. They say like avoid the ear, especially like some people even say auntie, said to me, my auntie, she said to me, and hail up to the Geechee, the Gullah people. Just a little bit of cracked teeth. Cracked teeth. What's cracked teeth? Cracked teeth is a Geechee Gullah way of saying speak. Also heal up, to some from the One West, ISUPK, to I and I brother who, we had that reasoning, heal up Lawrence Davis as well, Captain Azania, Captain of 10,000. Hopefully I'm saying that correct, as well, your designation right there. Also hail up to Zion War Child. Brother, yes, Lone Wolf and Lion Cub. Coming forward, look, we're still building, some of our own traditions, Minhag, as one of the brothers mentioned, after the presentation by Zion Lex. So check it out, Zion Lex, the rebuttal to Shar Rahyala, yeah, what I mean, on the Why Lashawan Kadash fails. I think it was a great presentation, and a lot of recommendation, also support, the school and the education, learning Torah that is going on as well. That's another recommended resource out there within the community. So this Friday, I think 12/12/25 on Inside the Nation. It says Rado. I don't know if that's a typo. It says Radio, but Rado right up there. Just see that right there. Just saw that, picked up on that. Like I said, don't know whether it's a title, but typo, right there, whether it's correct, Rado or Radio. But yes. So greetings, brothers and sisters and brothers. While we was listening, we made a couple of comments in support. Definitely want to support. Also shared it on a few of our related platforms. Hopefully others, who are on the WhatsApp pick up on it. even pick up on this and share it on your pages, your social media pages, on the gram, but we've been focusing right here just to the core, discipleship studies right here, the basics of discipleship studies. And I know sometimes we'll just kind of like go ahead, on certain things, and we got to kind of reel it in so that all ones and ones, we can, water reaches its own level. So yeah, so we had this little extraction, and we was told, like, just keep your mouth closed, and what I mean, don't get no cold air, so that you can heal up, what I mean. But as the Geechee Gullah, what people say, we say crack teeth, crack teeth. I know it sounds like crack teeth, and that's what kind of happened to us. No doubt, maybe it happened to you. Hopefully, it doesn't, and it hasn't. But if it has, then you definitely know, what we mean. Nah, I mean, nah, I mean, naaman, naaman, naaman in Hebrew means, like, we believe, or it's like to say also faithful. Naaman, something's faithful, and therefore, you experience it, you definitely know it for yourself. So, yeah, crack teeth in the Geechee Gullah means like to speak. I think it's so interesting, just words, dialects, even getting into the Hebrew. This is why I think that it was a great presentation. And we also would recommend, check out what Shar has presented. But, we're recommending this right here for your review, especially when we're speaking about, the basics, and language. As you said, language, land, and flag. It's just some basics, of nation, language, land, and flag. But of course, we're putting that within the context of the teaching of our Godfather and King of Kings, conquering lion of the tribe of Judah, Kedemah Haile Selassie. And this is based on, for my part, I glory in the Bible. And by, reading and studying the Bible, as our Godfather and King of Kings says, find the truth for yourself. But for us, and finding that truth for ourselves, I and I got to come together and seeing that kind of unity, In fact, here in the season, we have Psalm 133, and also Psalm 134, which are the last two of the Shir HaMa'alot, the last two of what's called the Ascension, the Ascension Psalms, the Psalms of the Ma'alot. Ma in Hebrew, what kind, what, generally speaking. Allah, Allah, Allah. Not Allah, but Allah, Allah, to go up, to ascend. So like what goes up, what ascends. And then we speak about the Aliyah, Aliyah, within the kind of core sense of going up to read within the gathering. And also we have the Aliyot, in the sense, in the context of the ascents. So it both has the literal, kind of sense, the earthly type. We use this kind of expression. And then also has what one might call the heavenly type, or rather the outer type, and then the inner type, or the figurative, in the figure of speech. So we have like the Ola, the offerings, that go up. How do they go up? Well, the transmutation from this plane, like for example, take an offering, you put it on the fire, what I mean, and it transmute when it gets burnt, the smoke, it rises, it ascends. That's a sense of the word Allah, 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 Allah. Now it really doesn't have anything to do with Allah, Allah, in the sense of the God of the Mohammedans. But that's a whole other, kind of reasonment right there. And it goes back to some of the basic roots, the roots of the language, the principles of the language, the dikduk, what is called the dikduk, or the grammar, the basics of the grammar. And yes, we do utilize at the basic level the Strongs, but we do understand the reasoning, from many of the brothers, sisters, and others that, don't use the Strongs or may dismiss the Strongs, because the Strongs become like a good kind of point of reference. But if one doesn't really know how to kind of read or learn the basics of reading, then you're looking at like the root word, like you're looking in a dictionary. It reminds me of what happened among the Rastafari, with what's called the Sata Masagana. Mm. I really need to get that tune and see if we can play that tune, but you can look for it, out there, Sata Masagana. Now, within the whole Sata, it's like somebody wanted to say give thanks. Right, we're gonna have to do a whole meme on it, like a whole presentation, little presentation, so one can kind of follow along, with the baby steps. But even with the baby steps, one can grow in grace and in knowledge and know the truth for themselves. When we know the truth for themselves, you know the truth for yourself. I know the truth for myself. We know the truth for ourselves. And our core reference is Torah is the scripture, right? For my part, I glory in the Bible, getting to the roots and the truth that we know for ourselves is very much similar or the same, then we really know the truth for ourselves. You know what I'm saying? Because we know it for ourselves. It's not a make believe. You know what I mean? A make believe. But anyway, why Lashawan, right? Lashawn, I'm thinking about like the names, I think that came out of, our experience here among the Gentiles and living as Gentiles. A lot of ones and ones that have the name like Lashawn. It sounds like, when we say a so-called stereotypical, black name, Lashawn, and then seeing the Hebrew, Lashon, and trying to break it down to some of those basics. Hold on for a moment. Give me a moment right here, a little technical on the background. So anyway, more on this, but I want to just kind of share that. We were going to jump on, but as we was preparing for tonight, the temptation. I said, Chant, let's just do what we're doing, share this, let one check it out for themselves, and kind of get familiar with it, and also hope and pray, that, the unity, the coming together of the brothers and sisters, especially the brothers, because to whom more is given, more is required. So that right there, wanted to share, the Zion Lexus, his rebuttal, and also I think there's a further I don't know if it what do we call a debate, because something that Zion said, he said, Abdiel said, Nasi Abdiel, he said, a conversation, a conversation. Also, another key thing that he said as well, that we pick up on is that sometimes one say that you're, somebody's their teacher, their teacher or their tutor. Well, they said teacher. Let me keep to what's being said, teacher, right? And he said that, one cannot really say and should not say just from watching some videos and different things that one has, as their teacher, if they haven't really, in the proverbial and actual sense, sat down and really learned, and the reason why is that if I say somebody's my teacher and I check out their videos, and I call this person my teacher, but that person, I can represent them and I'm misrepresenting them sincerely, you know, so to speak, if I'm ignorant of this principle, right? But once you know better, you do better. But if I'm saying that they're my teacher and they never had a chance to correct me, even certain ones and ones that help to tutor. Now I use the word teacher slash also tutor. Ones have tutored me, right? I've learned certain things. I am an autodidact. Many of y'all are probably no doubt also. I think we all have the potential. Like even Malcolm X, he was an autodidact. Auto from the Koine Greek means like kind of self, auto, like automobile or self-mobile, self-moving in that sense. Didact, didascalia. Didache in the Koine Greek, didache means teaching. So when we say like Torah, in a sense, it's like the teaching instruction. So one can be self-taught or rather self-learned. And then that reminds me of another Geechee Gullah. That's my, some of my people there. Part of my people there over here in this diaspora, the Geechee Gullah, when they say crack teeth. Hail up Trelawney, Sister Trelawney, that book, I think that presentation you have out there, on crack teeth. In fact, let me just share a little more of this, because this is important, because this is all part of our culture. Because what I'm about to say, I'm prefacing all of what I'm saying here in order to say this, that instead of saying that somebody like, okay, this person is my teacher, right? I remember hearing some of the old timers say that you learned me something, right? You learned me something. You ever hear that before? You learned me something, right? So many ones can say, even if we haven't sat down and really, studied together or received any tutoring or instructions directly, I may have learned you something, right? That means in a sense that you autodidactically, you kind of taught it to yourself, right? But I presented teaching, right, that you was able to learn. So there's this old saying, Right, old saying that you learn me something. I never really understood it growing up. I would hear certain ones and ones from country, saying like you learn me something. You learn me something. Or you trying to learn me something? You trying to learn me something? In other words, notice the language. But this is very kind of Hebraic too, when we start to really break down certain things according to the grammar from the Hebrew. You learn me something. You know what I mean? It's almost like reflexive, in a sense, on a level, you know what I mean? But almost like you have caused yourself to comprehend something, So there's nothing wrong with being an autodidact. But sometimes when we say, one is my teacher, my teacher, my teacher, they may be a teacher, but you have learned certain things from them. It's not as though you have taught them. So by saying that, you may go across and, yeah, so and so is my teacher. And then the person hear you and say, no, that's not how it was, because you might have learned certain things, but may have learned certain things imperfectly or not correctly. Now you're applying that this person is your teacher and has taught you, and it's bearing false witness, to keep it to Torah, it's a way of bearing false witness. Like say so and so is my teacher. You know what I mean? But I never even met them, or never even communicate to them, or maybe what I think I've learned. I say, I've learned something from you and you've taught me. Like somebody said that to me, and I said, okay, what have you learned from me? And what have I taught you? And as I listen, it could be that they actually have picked up on it perfectly. But even if they picked up on it perfectly, and as a teacher or tutor, I've taught it, they still have learned it for themselves. So there's nothing wrong with being an autodidact. Malcolm X and some of our greatest, people, men, males, and females, even past and even present, and many of you all, had to learn certain things for yourself. But there's a point sometimes when you sit down with the one that you call your teacher, or teachers or tutors, even of that great teacher, and they can correct you on something. And how do you take that correction or point out some things to you that, in spite of your learning, right, you may have missed? Iron sharpen iron, right? Iron sharpen iron. But right here, going to get into this. So this is the cracked teeth, right here. This I think, yeah, it might be past. Yeah, this is just a couple of years ago, but this is just some of the peoples right here, the Gullah, the Geechee, and as we've done with some of the Hebrew, we see potential, possible linguistic, kind of convergence or correspondence right here. So, so when we use this expression, one can understand cracked teeth, even though it sounds like crack teeth, like when teeth crack, right? But it's a Geechee word that means to speak, right? Cracked teeth, right? So this here, we hail up Trelawney Michelle, a Savannah native, has brought this term to life with her book, Cracked Teeth, right? Cracked teeth right here. So now, why is this important? Because this is like who many of our people be. This is part of our actual, you could say legacy, over here, our roots and everything. And then when some of us who start to, reclaim, our Hebrew roots, start to see, wow, there's the word for exile, right? The gula, right? Gula, goel, the word for like redeemer, goel. Gaal. We start to go through the different forms in the grammar, the dikduk. We start to kind of see these correspondences and even actual scriptural evidence. We know the history of the Geechee, the Gullah, right, people. So the word gula, right, also Hebraically refers to exile. You remember we was talking about the Psalm and David and Dawid and Goliath, and it was one of the Midrash breaks downs on it, and it's like Goliath, Gula, right, and it was making the correspondence that due to the difference of the vowel vocalization, how it brings down other aspects of the core, the primary idea. So when we talk about the what is it called again? The Strongs. The Strongs is just one basic tool, and because of a lack of other tools, right? A lack of other tools, sometimes I would say ones can deep end on it. I went through that phase too, where I'm looking at the Strongs, right? And just reading the Strong's words. Sometimes we'll show it when we go through something, we'll show the Strong's words. But then if you listen, we're seeking to give the proper pointing and vocalization and also break down from that root idea what form grammatically is being used there. Whether it is like, passive, active, reflexive, past, present, future, whether somebody is doing the action to somebody or the action is getting done to somebody, or because the action had been done, this is the result of the action that was done. There's these different forms. And Zion Lex beautifully really broke that down with, why the Lashan, Lashawan Kadash, why it fails, and also some very good examples. But here, this is on the cracked teeth, because when I, went to mention it, I thought about, okay, let me just share with ones and ones. I've been kind of trying to go a little slow, 'cause I had a cracked teeth, so therefore that affected my speech. But in the Geechee Gullah, the Geechee, to say cracked teeth, the cracked teeth, it means to speak. You know what I mean? So, to crack the teeth is to speak. But anyway, check out this right here, for those of us who share this particular heritage over here, which is, quote, for lack of a better word, African, right? And as we get more into the roots, we can see the, the potential and the likely, and also the provable Hebrew, Hebrew and even the Beta Israelite kind of connections right here. But be that as it may, made as it be, brothers and sisters, give thanks, give thanks. Well, and you're listening to
Lion of Judah Society.
So here's where we are at, right? Actually, the third day Aliyah right here for this Torah reading and feeding. And one of the main themes is Joseph's coat. So in the previous, the RMM, what we used to call Rastafari Ministry Mondays, the Monday podcast, we went over that, kind of updated a little bit about Joseph. Was Joseph the Ish? It's kind of, like I said, I go ahead of myself a little bit. We broke down the Ish, right? Ishi, husband connection, even a little bit, touch a little bit on the Baal confusion, right? Where ones will just think of it only in one form of the expression, based on some of the translation and based on what ones have been able to discern, from a plain read of the KJV. So we went over that podcast right there and kind of updated the title, even with the Psalm. We had Psalm 74, a national lamentation, and in our, you know, um, address to it, we kind of we didn't go through a full, as we would do verse by verse, but kind of went zoomed in on a couple of verses. Oh yeah, we talked about the Leviathan, the connection of the Leviathan or Leviathan, even with the Chazon, Yohanan, or with Revelation, and the whole seven-headed monster, the beast. But then we broke that down, how that's really referring to, the present Anglo-American, Greco-Roman, from ancient times to the modern times, Anglo-American system of things, and how and why we are in the end times, of what's called the times of the Gentiles, right? A biblical scriptural expression, the times of the Gentiles, and a little bit on the geopolitical ramifications. Also, hail up to the mighty Hebrew, as well. He was on the podcast. Two ones and ones that was on that podcast. Just in case ones don't know what podcast we are talking about, that was Zion Lex's podcast right here. Do we still have that open? Hold on for a moment. Chan. Where is the still? Excuse me, we're doing a lot right here, but we just want to share that, just give thanks, because it's still in our mind, it's still in our medi, right? And we said, Lord, let's just address that right at the gate. And we also share that with, I think, our WhatsApp, with the WhatsApp group, the WhatsApp community right there, the small community on WhatsApp as well. Okay, I don't know where I put that right there for right now. It might be over. Chant. Okay. Just want to show you again so you can. Okay, here it goes right here. Well, this is one thing we had grabbed things this morning or the previous morning right here, right? But we had caught a video that he just posted. I guess it is a response to a response, where Zion Lex, is breaking down why Lashawan Kadash, why it fails, or what's called Lashawan Kadash. And if you remember in some of the previous DSRs, we refer to as baby Hebrew. And nothing wrong with baby Hebrew, but it says to grow in grace and in knowledge. Right. So this is what's coming up right here. We grab this, share this post, repost it, tag everyone, as well as share this right here. Once we check this now, also in the future, so that they can also check this, So we have to kind of support, one another. And it's just so interesting here in the season with the Royal Order of the Ethiopian Hebrew Psalm that we had from the previous Torah reading and feeding, the 8th, Wayyeshlach, coming over into the first day of this new Shavua here at the 9th for Wayyesheb, or some say Vayyesheb. So here this is on okay, right, Friday night around 8:30. They're going live and direct right there. This is it. Okay, so it is radio. I think it is a little typo right there, right? But that does happen. You know what I mean? But just pointing it out in case, there's time to correct it, or just, be on the FYI. Yes, right? Be there. So right there, this is what we're speaking about right there. So ones get to know right there. And also, hold on for a moment. Well, let me just show you, okay, right here. Let me see if we have our brother. Let's see. Zion War Child. Okay, Zion War Child. These are some screenshots that we did right here. The screenshots right there. I'm trying to find his. He has also debate coming forward as well, right? And we'd like to share that. We also share that on the platform, but would like to make a little mention here before we go forward. Ones who have supported the platform, and also I, even personally, like to also support, what they're doing as well. And let's see. Where, okay, here, okay, yeah, we see the other one right there. Give me one moment. Un momento, por favor. So now, okay, here it goes. Coming up on Sanetta's platform. All right, let's clear the screen so you can see it fully full. Is Ethiopian Christianity a product of Greco-Roman influence? All right, once again, is Ethiopian Christianity a product of Greco-Roman influence? I think this is the title that they're dealing with right here. Zion War Child. Yes, versus King Selah Shalom. I think that's the brother deals with the WASPy Bible, but King Selah Shalom. Right there. So this is something very interesting. I think this is coming up. Is this coming up Friday as well? Is it coming up? So there's a lot going on Friday. If it is Friday, oh, chan. But definitely look for it on the Sonetta, House of Conscience, HOK, on the HOK platform over there, right? And it's very, very interesting because, Zion Warchild and he calls me his Rebbe, but and he's my he's my brother, and and we each are Talmud, Talmud, like disciples. But yeah, very, very interesting. Don't want to give it away. You know what I mean? Don't want to give it away. It's tempting, but it's an interesting proposition because there's many who have, even heal up to Garfield. But I also want to heal up my brother, on Coma Jed, and Coma Jed. Check out on Coma Jed, his platform as well. We've been touching on the Ethiopic grammar, the good is that people call geese, but actually more properly enunciated the good is the ancient Ethiopic as well. So on Koma Jed, the platform there, I think we did 2 or 3, but definitely have to follow up soon. Yeah, bro. Went through a little I could say cracked teeth, but here we're again Geechee Gullah style cracked teeth. We're again speaking, and but going a little easy here. But it's this is a very exciting moment, especially like when I mentioned about we just had Psalm 133, Psalm 133. According to the royal order of the Ethiopian Hebrews, the Beta Israelites of Ethiopia, in the true church, in the professing church, as well. We went through Psalm 133 and Psalm 133. Let me just break this down from the Sefer Tehillim. The Sefer Tehillim. Here we go, right here, 133. In case you're not familiar, Psalm 120 to Psalm 134. They are what are known and called the Ascension Psalms from the superscription, the title. Hebraically, the first verse, the Aleph, Pasuk Aleph, the first verse. And Psalm 133, we had previously, right? It was for the Shabbat. That was the seventh day right there. It's kind of interesting, right? That was the seventh day. Yeah, that was the seventh day because it was, yeah. It's just interesting, just interesting. That's a whole other point. Excuse me. So we had Mizmor Kof Lamed Gimel or Tehillim Perek Kof Lamed Gimel. Right? Tehillim means psalm. Perek is like chapter, and Kof, numerically speaking, the Hebrew Q, special K, more correctly the Q, Kof, not Quaf, as some say quaff, but cough, lamed, right? Numerical value of 30, lamed, the L, the name of the letter, and the gimel. So often referring to the Hebrew numbers by letters and the numerical value. So Psalm, Mizmor, Kof, lamed, gimel, is the blessing of unification, the blessing of unification, of coming together, amongst the once lost now found, and this is what even Zion Lex was, bringing out within his presentation, and, salute, that's very honorable Torah Rabbah, right? And our brother here, Zion Warchild, is going to be defending, Ethiopian Christianity, or what our other brother Ras Abdiyu, aka Obadiah, would say, our Judeo, right? Our Judeo Coptic, because we had this reasoning, brother Obadiah, our duly elected vice president international, first vice president international, Ethiopian World Federation Incorporated, right? First unit, yes. We have these reasonings, so often people say Judeo-Christian. Candace Owens, she's been on that, she's been on one right there, but even hail up to her for at least a mention about, some of the Jamaican Rastafari, the Rastafari of Jamaica community, because we know Rastafari, its real roots is Ethiopia, and the light shine to this North Country. That's where the the one who's called the first Rasta, that's abbreviation Rastafari. So, don't be offended. It just kind of tells us we're speaking about the Jamaican Rasta, the Rastafari community of Jamaica. That is our brother Leonard Percival Howell, also known by his Noom the Plume, or his moniker Gangangaru Marach. Why he chose that, that's his own biz. But he said he first learned about the Rastafarites. This was printed in the Jamaica Gleaner from a community in Chicago. So that that we told the half of the half has not even been told, like the half of the story. So when we think about the Rastafari in the fullness, not abbreviated to Rasta, but the Rastafari in the fullness, the light shining from Ethiopia, where this man born there, Psalm 87 verse 4, according to our, we can say Targum right there, shining, right, shining to the west, right? As the lightning shines from east to west. And then we have Leonard Percival Howell, right, of the Pinnacle community, right, stating on the record, on the fact that he first learned about the Rastafarites. Check that out, Rastafarites. We got to get back to that name right there. You know what I'm saying? Right? You know, what Babylon feel like? Rastafarites are Israelites. Know what I mean? So that's just a theme of historical narrative, together and utilizing this means, this opportunity. It's Daniel's prophecy. I look at this whole social media, digital technology, kind of being an outworking of the prophecy in Daniel, where it says they shall go to and fro and knowledge shall increase. You know, that's the modulation, demodulation. Go look it up, right? The whole binary system, modulation, demodulation. You know, they're going to and fro. And knowledge, this is a technology. The technology that we're working on is based on a basic binary system. You know, a basically a Cain low, you know, like a yes, no, you know, yes, no, right, left, male, female, God, man, you know, that basic system. You know, so it's kind of interesting where there's a lot of people who are against binary, right? You know, in so-called sex, sexuality, or preferences, or whatever they want to call it. But yet, right, they're promoting that on the system of, if you take away the binary, the so-called male, female, yes, no, the Cain low aspect of the computer, it wouldn't even work, right? Which kind of shows that basic principle that we can find scripturally speaking, even from the beginning, right? Where it says that Elohim, you know, created man in his image and the humanity and after his likeness, and Zakar unikeba, the Zakar unikeba, plus, minus, yes, no, male, female. You get it right there. So the blessing of unification. I'm just meditating on that. Want to share that medi, and then according to royal order, after Psalm 133, we had Psalm 134. Psalm 134. Now, when I mention these things like the Psalms and everything, let me see if I can bring this out right here. Let me see if I can bring this page out. Give me one moment. I want to share this page here. Yeah, I think I can bring this out. Hold on for a moment. Like, let's see right here. So I had to take that page away for a moment so I can, you know, take away that and see if I can bring up this particular tab. Give me one moment to see if I can bring out this particular tab. Okay, here we go. Daily reading tab. Here we go. Here we go. Okay, let me see. Da, 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 da. There we go. Okay. Oh man, it's kind of small there. It's kind of small there. Let me see right here. Let me see if I can do this. Okay. Okay. Here we go. Here we go. Hopefully, did it get larger? All right. This is what we call like the Royal Order Psalms. Yeah, it did get larger, but I don't think I can make it any larger there. Yeah, I could do it. Give me one moment. Let me do the plus. So my plus minus. Let me zoom in. Okay, that's at 150, 150. Okay, it's gonna be a little, oh, it's not too bad on the screen. It's blurry on the screen I'm looking at, but it's clear on the screen that you're looking at it. So you see right there, let's see. We are, okay, December. Let's do this right here, December. Okay, let's do this. How come I can't? Okay, here we go. Move it up. Move it up. There we go. Daily Psalms. Okay, you see right down there, Daily Psalms. So now this is a conversion chart. It's converted into what we speak English, but originally it's the Ethiopic. What's the Ethiopic? It's Judeo-Coptic. So when it's what the Israelites of Ethiopia, going back to even Solomon, the Queen of Sheba, I know people want to dispute, but you know, that's a whole other presentation and maybe even a conversation or potentially a debate. It all depends on what ones are working with. We'll present what we need to present as we've presented it before. But the point right here is that you can see Psalm 133. In fact, let me see if I can move this up. I don't know if it moves around. Well, actually, it's right there, the arrow. If you're seeing the same arrow I'm seeing on the screen, it's at 134. Right? So that's a 7. Right? So we had 133. Right? That was corresponding with the conclusion, the Shabbat for the Torah reading and feeding the previous, Wayyishlach. Wa-yishlach, modern Hebrew, Vayishlach. Vayishlach, Vayishlach, Vayishlach. Wa and Yishlach, Shalach, and he sent, right? And then the arrows pointing to the seventh day, and then December 7th, right? So where we're at right now is at 110. If you go scroll down, so the December column, scrolling down, right, for the ninth. Of course, we're coming forward. We're right now, the 10th is with the new day coming in, but we still are in the evening and morning period. The evening and dawning, the morning, that word morning, anyway. Some things in English have duality. So to cut out the vagueness, the ambiguity, evening and dawning, evening and break of day, right? The evening, that's what scripture speaks about. Notice that when it talks about basic time in Bereshit, Genesis Perek Aleph, right? It does not say, well, it does mention night, but not in the and the evening and the morning, evening and morning. So the evening, right? The evening, right? And the morning. Notice no night is mentioned there, right? There's no night in Zion. There's no night there. No night is mentioned there. So when the evening comes in, it's actually the beginning of the new day. This is why even when we observe the holy days or even Shabbat, the real beginning of it is the evening. So after the daylight goes, after, the visible, we could say orb of the sun and the light, right, goes over the western horizon, right? When we get in that time of evening time, then that means that the day preceding has already fulfilled. So we're just reflecting on the previous day when we have our podcast, because the time that we often podcast, just to make that FYI right there. But here we have Psalm 74 was the previous, right? We had Psalm 74 the previous, and now we are at 110. Now Psalm 74, which is the previous day, you'll see that we updated the title, like why Joseph was Haish, right, and not Ish, right, or Jewish. Wanted to point that out right there. That's just one of the topics, but that was a lead intro that connected with this Torah reading and feeding. Now here we're at 110. 110 is also, as ones would say, a mad interesting psalm. Right? Psalm 110 is a mad interesting psalm as well. Because the Lord said to my Lord, you see the confusion there, right? They say, well, one is capital Lord and one is lowercase. Going to touch on that. Some see that as a messianic psalm, right? It also has its point of reference in the Brit Hadasha, what is known as the New Testament. So anyway, this is the royal order of the Ethiopian Hebrews, what we call like our Davidic worship or the daily psalms. Let's scroll over here. I want to show you something else too. Now, this we had recovered from Ethiopian Israelite resources, Judeo-Coptic, Ethiopian, the Israelites of Ethiopia. Okay, hold on for a moment. Something just happened right here. I clicked. Give me one moment. Sometimes these windows. Here we go. So now, okay, something's playing. It's nonsense. Give me one moment, y'all. Crazy. Stop. Okay. Stop. I had to stop this garbage. No, what happens sometimes there'd be background windows if you have other windows open, and then they want to try to charge us for a commercial. Anyway, you see the evening psalms? Here's what's interesting. You know how Ethiopia, there are those Israelites and Judaic and Hebraic, peoples or tribes, because they families, not all of the Ethiopians, right, are, we could say, Judeo, Judahite, Israelite, but amongst them, when we talk about the royal order, right, that's a whole conversation in itself. But some would dismiss the Ethiopia's claims from Solomon, Shlomo HaMelech ben David, right, ben David, to even New Testament or AD time claims as well. But one thing is very interesting is that, okay, anybody can say my descendant, I'm a descendant of whoever. You can say that, and we can believe that for many generations and everything, right? But then when you start to study, right? Okay, what do they believe? What do people believe, and how do they do what they do? For example, you see where it says Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. Right, this is old. This has to be updated. At least the links. Our link is lojs.org and the Rastafari Foundation, that there, due to some, social media thing, we don't really have that fully, but we're in the process of reclaiming that. But everything is basically lojs.org, just to update you on that. But focusing on what's above that. So Sunday is the first day of the week, and Monday is the second day, and Tuesday is the third day, Wednesday is the fourth day, Thursday is the fifth, Friday is the sixth, and of course on the Sabbath, the seventh day of the Shabbat. Just want to point that out right there. Now, here's what's interesting, that according to other Hebraic and Judaic traditions, these are the Psalms that were chanted by the Kohanim and the Levim, by the priests and the Levites, in the temple of Jerusalem, aka Jerusalem, up to 70 AD, when you should know, and history records, and biblically as well, the temple of Jerusalem was destroyed. One might say the second, or some might say the third. That's a whole other reasoning, but the second, right, second/third temple was destroyed. And the Romans, what happened in 70 AD, the destruction of the temple. Many were killed, many fled. Some had fled before southward, even to places like Yemen, right, where there were, we could say, Israelite Benjamite communities, and others linked up with other communities across the Yam Suf, or what's called the Eterabahir, aka the Red Sea, to link up with other communities in what is called the Horn of Africa, right? Just to understand, the region. This is not looking at maps. But the point I'm seeking to make right here is that, when we got this, and was able to recover this, decades ago, and we started to actually practice, okay, these are the evening Psalms are in the evening, and then these are the daily Psalms, right? It really helped our comprehension a lot as a regular practice. So for ones and ones that may be very busy and not that disciplined and want like a basic step, I would say, well, understanding, the evening Psalms or the regular standing Psalms, and then the daily Psalms, and utilizing this chart or chart like it, right, according to the Royal Order of the Ethiopian Hebrews, you will begin to, it kind of, it's a discipline. It's a basic discipline. The Psalms were used by, teachers of Torah, what they call rabbis or rabbans, even rabbone, you know, um, you know, even Robenu Yeshua HaMoshiach, our rabbi, who we call the rabbis, but be it as it may, Psalms were used. We can point to this throughout, in the scriptures, even in the New Testament, and even amongst Yeshua himself. This is why he pointed to certain Psalms like today's, the daily Psalm here in the season, 110, right? And then you could just start to get familiar with it first. You may not get all into studies on the level that we and maybe others, might even go beyond our particular level of getting into it, really in it, right? But as a basic step, right? Um, I just want to share that for, ones and ones. How can they start out? I'll say the daily Psalms are very good. A good meditation. You'll find words of power, right? Words of power, for your soul, for your spirit, also to help to direct even in this 5-cycle world, and also to prosper you and the works of your hands, and for your guidance and your protection as well. In the way, of course, in the way, the truth and the life of the King of Kings Christ, Yeshua HaMashiach. Amen. Amen. But here, the first day, second day, third day. So the Sunday Psalm, so the 24 Psalm, 24, 48, 82, 94, 81, 93, 92. I didn't know it at first, right? But as we got into some Judaic studies, Hebraic studies, and started to go deep in that, we started to find various points of evidence that pointed to the fact that, from all the evidence, that these were the Psalms that were recited within the temple when the temple still stood. And therefore faithful Torah observant, Yehudim and Bnei Yisrael also continued, right, the practice of those evening psalms. So like Sunday, what they call Sunday, the first day of the week, Psalm 24, 48, 82, 94, 81, 93, and of course for the Shabbat day is Psalm 92. And if you go further in studies, even within the Septuagint and other manuscripts, Ethiopically, there's actually superscriptions that actually point out the psalm for the Sabbath day. In fact, let me just go right here in this Sefer Tehillim that we have open before us, a hard copy, and we want to zoom to Psalm 92. Psalm 92 means more Tzadei Beit. Tzadei Beit, Psalm XCII, a psalm, a song for the Shabbat day. It actually says it. It actually says it. If you go and look, it actually says Mizmor Shir Leyom HaShabbat. Mizmor Shir Leyom HaShabbat. Right? Mizmor, a psalm, a chant, as I Rastafari would say, Isis. Shir, a song. A psalm is a psalm, it's a chant, it's a mizmor, and it's a shir. It's a song. Liyom, right? Liyom for the yom, for the day of the Shabbat. So it actually tells us right there, right? It's a Sabbath hymn, right? So how interesting is this? So what we're saying is that there's a lot of points of evidence. You know what I mean? A lot of points of evidence. Like if something is like coincidental, right? Okay, that this one evidence, Saturday Psalm 92, pointing to the fact that it says a psalm for the Sabbath day, that could be considered coincidental. Those two things. But then if I find other points as well that show and prove the same point, then that is beyond coincidence. Right? This is what justifies it as fact. Just want to point it out, right? Just right there, right? So there's more on that we do go through right there. But then when we find out that these are the same psalms that was go all the way back to the second temple, the temple of Jerusalem during the time of Moshiach and during the time of Notzrim, the true Nazarenes, the true followers of HaMoshiach. We say the true Christians or Meshachim, Messiahites of that first century time. So you mean back in them times, these were being chanted, and even some say even before that time. There's some evidence that says even no doubt from the time of Ezra, or at least Zerubbabel, and the rebuilding, right, of the Judaic, the tribe of Judah, and of the liberty, our way of living after the Babylonian captivity, going back that far. And therefore, where did I recover this? Right? According to the Ethiopian Tewahedo Church, the most Jewish of the churches, right? Historically speaking, according to Professor Ephraim Isaacs, got to hail up Professor Ephraim Yitzhak, right? Our Ethiopian scholar. He's also a Yemenite Yehudi as well. It has a lot of books, research out there that we need to also point to reference of. So anyway, not to prolong this, I just want to point that out, the evening psalms. So how the evening psalms, according to the Israelites of Ethiopia, and even the Orthodox Tewahedo Church witness, right, points to these same psalms in the same order as was in the Temple of Jerusalem from the latest point of historical time, 70 AD, but also pointed to it being in practice from earlier than that. And then somehow this is still the same order that the Ethiopians, right, the faithful Ethiopians, the Ethiopians of the Judeo, we could say Christian or Messiah order also keep to. Then it's like, man, this backs up when he talk about Solomon, the Queen of Sheba, when the King of Kings, the chosen one, the elect, the anointed, Haile Selassie the first, also speaks about from he says we first received the scripture in the Old Testament times, right? The Old Testament, the Hebrew scriptures, that we say the Old Testament, the Brit HaYashana, and then we receive the Brit Hadasha, the Adis Galakidan in New Testament times. You know, it just starts to make sense, like, wow. Because otherwise, people can claim, I can claim being from whoever, Shaka Zulu, right? Yet, me and my people don't do nothing that Shaka Zulu did. You get what I'm saying, right? Right? We just got the name, right? You know, the name and the outer stuff, but the real inner work is not there, right? Maybe I am from Shaka Zulu, but I'm not culturally of Shaka Zulu, and there's no really ancient connection. That's what I'm trying to say. I'm trying to say that even within the Ethiopian or the Judeo-Coptic, Judeo-Christian, you know, the Israelite Ethiopians, the Israelite related Ethiopians. I gotta say it like that. I gotta say it like that because there are 80 different tribes in Ethiopia. But notice this, that historically, right, for some say over 3,000 years, but at least over 1,500 plus years has been ruled by one particular tribe in the tribe of Judah. I know it's not a politically today, there's a lot of tribalism and conflict going on in the nation state Ethiopia, but they got to repent, what they did against the anointed Messiah, the King of Kings. You know what I mean? So that's something they got to work out. Right? They got to work that out right there. Like we got to work this out right here. Anyway, just want to show you this right here, the daily Psalms, and this is also available on LOJS as well. So those links there, right? Those are links that, like, when we say, well, I can prove that we once lost now found here in America are Israelites, right? Or at least are Hebrew, very much related. That our mindset is like the mindset of the people in the Torah, in the scriptures, in the Old Testament, by how we speak and how we articulate our ideas. That's why I have brought up on the screen the whole thing about cracked teeth. The cracked teeth, the Geechee Gullah, right? Because we started to get into the Hebrew, we started to notice these correspondences right here. So anyway, I'm gonna pull this right here. I'm gonna pull this right here, but I just want to show this as an example right here. There we go, right there. Give me one moment. Yeah. Because sometimes I'm still getting used to this ease mux, this technology, but practice makes perfect. So I'm gonna take this off the screen right here. I already took it off, but I would like to represent on the screen right here what we had, and then let's move forward. This third day. We're moving into the fourth day, right? Alia right there. Just present this. So we have a couple of big events coming up, with those in our community discussing and reasoning on some very important subject matters. We got this one here, Zion War Child, right? Zion War Child right here. And versus vis-a-vis King Selah Shalom. I think it's on the HOK. I think one of their channels. I don't know if it's the Coliseum. I don't know which one, but more information is out there. You can definitely look it up. You got the title right here: Zion War Child versus King Selah Shalom. The subject matter is Ethiopian Christianity, a product of Greco. Oh, let me. I covered up the brother's name. Let's do that right there. Right, King Selah Shalom. The topic is Ethiopian Christianity a product of Greco-Roman influence? Now I'm laughing because you know, yeah, I don't want to give it away. I want the brothers to go at it and to present their information, their facts. Zion War Child, Zion, we got to catch up. We got to catch up. Right there. You know what I mean? But it's an interesting. These are questions that are asked, and they need to be answered, right? And then over here, I'll let you see my suitcase right here. The slides. These are all of our interest subject matter studies. But, only within a couple of hours. Even if we go 4 hours, we're not always able to, get into all of it, right? Boom, 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 boom. Right? Zion Lex's rebuttal to Shar Ahrayala, right? On why Lashawan Kadash, right, fails, right? A very good presentation. Also, that brother Shar, he has presented some things out there, on his position of Lashawan Kadash, right? But be that as that may, right there, we're moving out of that. right? And we're moving into this Yosef here for the third Aliyah, the third Torah reading and feeding here in the season. What do we have here? We have Joseph. Excuse me. We have Joseph. So the third Aliyah, the third reading, Joseph's brothers, right? Joseph's brothers, they stripped him of his coat of many colors and they cast him into an empty pit. An empty pit. This is what we pick up right here for Wayyesheb. Let's see if we can bring out some of the other windows right here from LOJS, from our Torah reading and feeding. No, I'm just looking at how many windows we got right here. Boom, 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 boom. Where is it? I guess we have to just open a new window. All right. I don't see my window. Oh, there we go. There we go right there. Let's bring this out right here. Okay. Also check out LOJS books as well. Some good books. Right. Here we go. Let's bring it on the screen so you can see where we're at. Right. Boom, 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 boom. Right here. How do we get to this? A simple way to get to this, LOJS.org. That's for Lion of Judah Society, LOJS.org. Right. Then put Torah, space portion. You'll see like archives come up. And that should link, right? That should link. It does. And hopefully a link if you're interested here. This is our Torah reading categories on the slides right here. Here's where we're at right here for this week's reading. Right here. So the reading and the aliyah, sometimes we'll say the aliyah because that's like the going up to read, the ascension, going up, right? So here, Wayyesheb, often in modern Hebrew, known as Wayyesheb. We like to choose the Afro-Shemitic, the Ge'ez Ethiopic, right? And even the Yemenite Yehudi enunciation of Wayyesheb. That's one to Afro-Shemitic, talking about the Ge'ez Ethiopic and the Yemeni, right? The Yemeni Yehudi enunciation. Because we regard that as being, closer to our roots and representing our roots, right? And also being right and accurate from a historical. But in modern Hebrew, they have, it's according to your mother tongue, right? In modern Hebrew, they say Wayyeshev. Wayyeshev, we would say Wayyeshev. But yeah, we still have it right here because we believe that one's have to, if we master what is, right, we can get to what is to be. You know what I mean? In other words, the Prince of Peace must be the master of war. Think about it for a moment. How can the Prince of Peace not be the master of war? Because if he's a Prince of Peace, how can he maintain the peace unless he can subdue the war? Right? You know what I mean? So if we don't understand what is, right, how can we get to what is to be? Okay. Anyway, so this week's portion, number 9, right here. Let's zoom this in so you can see this full, right? To know where we're at right here, right? This is what we call our RSS, right? So in our order, Rastafari sabbatical study, but this is the Torah portion, number 9. Wayyesheb. You can see there has a V in the beginning, a V at the end, right? So they'll say Wayyesheb. But when we look at it, Afro-Shemitically, it's Wayyesheb. Wayyesheb. Wa and Yesheb. And literally he sat, but the context of it, according to the Duke, the grammar, is and he sat in a sense of, and he was like seated up. Like we say, like even in some of the patois, to be seated up. Come make I and I be seated up, right? Like to dwell, right? To dwell together, right? It reminds me of Psalm 133. Once again, to Psalm 133. That's what's missing here in this Torah reading and feeding with the Israelites at the very root. So the brothers, the fellow Talmudim, the fellow, Chabarim, that we was preaching, basically proclaiming that, okay, the blessing of unification. And then we was using that as a contrast from Psalm 133, right? It says, behold how good and pleasant it is for brethren to dwell together in unity, right? Hine mato umanaim, Shabbat achim, gam yachad, gam yachad. Now, in the Hebrews, actually, behold how good, right? Hine matov, right? na'im, and how pleasant, na'im, right? Uh, For brethren to dwell together in unity. The Hebrew sense is the dwelling of brethren also together. Shevet, or some say Shevet Achim Gam Yachad. Shevet Achim Gam Yachad. I got to do this right here. I got to do this. Koi, 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 isti. Oh, that's some Amharic here, but like, wait, please. Like, wait, please. Okay, we was over here, right? That was a beautiful song that Zion Lexon played about Judah. Judah go first. First, send Judah first, right? Judah shall go up first, right? Or as we have right here, right, in the Ivrit, this part of the verse right here, what it says, let's go on to Tanakh right here. Boom, boom, boom. It says, Wayomer, Vayomer, and he said, Wayomer Yahweh, and Yahweh Jehovah said, Yehuda, Ba Techila, Yehuda Ba Techila, Yehuda will go up first. Judah first. Remind me of something that the careless Ethiopians did in the rebellion against the conquering line of the tribe of Judah. They started to talk about Ethiopia tick them, which is not bad if the king is at the, you know what I mean? You keep Moshiach first, but they say Ethiopia tick them. So we started to say Ethiopia tick them, which means she go first in them hard, tick them, right? Kedem, Kadam, right? Yehuda yik them. Yehuda yik them. But right here it says Ba Techila. So what's the Techila? Techila first, the beginning. But this is different than in the beginning, Bereshis. This is Ba Techila, right? The first time. But here, this is what we want to get to right here. It's actually Psalm, the Psalm that we don't want to go into that so much here, but do want to point to it as a point of reference, so that anyone who's seeking to learn themselves, right? Or learn, know for themselves, they will be able to, okay, here we go. This is it, right? Let's put it on light right here. A Song of Degrees of David, Psalm 133, Kof Lamed Gimel, right? Behold how good and pleasant it is, the KJV, for brethren to dwell together in unity, right? And let's look at the note right there. Even together. There we go. Gam Yachad. Gam also means also. Also. Gam Yachad. Gam Yachad. Yachad as one. Unitedly, right? Gam Yachad. Like you say Echad, one, right? Yachad, right? United. Yeah? So here. Let me show you this right here. So now I'm gonna use a simple Strongs. Now a lot of people putting down Strongs, but actually they need to really put up the Duke, like what Zion Lex was saying. Learn the grammar, learn the basics of grammar, right? Because Strongs is just like a kind of a simple dictionary. Genesius that Strong's drew from, and give thanks Zion Lex for pointing that out. Got to get that dictionary right there. Got some of his other works, but that's a good dictionary. I mean, talking about the Hebrew Gesenius, right, lexicon. But be that as it may, right, I'm using this word. So I'm gonna first use Strong's for the simple text, like baby steps from KJV, right, but also having a basic knowledge of the Duke of the grammar. So when it says here, okay, reading the full verse, I'm gonna read the Hebrew, right? And you can't do that with Strong's in the proper sense, right? But Hine Matob Umana'im, Shevet Achim Gam Yachad, right? So Hine Matob. Notice when you use Strong, you only get the word Tob, right? And it's in the proper form. Uma, but they don't have the word how. It's not really how, it's what. Like what good, but the sense of how good, what good. Hine doesn't have the word behold. Notice there's no Strong's word for behold. The hine is not there, right? How pleasant, right? It is for who? For brethren, right? For brethren. In the Hebrew here, it says Shebet Achim. Shebet Achim. Achim. Some say Achim, but Ach. Ach. These are our ancient sounds. We need to, because the English is very flat, because it's their language, not ours. Ach. Achim. Achim is brothers. So you see, when you go to Strong's, they only give you ach, the basic word, not in the dikduk, not in the form of speech in the verse, just the base word. Right? Now, some off the base word, they've been trying to like present mastery or other levels, but they haven't really studied those things. And that's what Brother Zion Lex, Nasi Abdiel was bringing out. But it says, even the order of words in Hebrew is Shebet Achim, is Shevet, is this word. Now, when you look at this word, you only have it in this form of the base, the Kal of Yashab. You don't have Shevet. Now, some looking at Shebet, the basic letters, might confuse that with Shabbat. You see what I'm saying? Know what I mean? Right? So the letters look the same, but not the same word. So Shebet, right, is in the sense of literally, right, directly, the dwelling of brethren. Shebet Achim, the dwelling of brethren, to dwell, to have one's abode, right? Shebet Achim, right? The Shebet Achim, the dwelling of the sitting together, but in the context of the dwelling together of brethren, right? Then it says this. It says, now you see the word together? That's a false translation, KJV. The word is yachad, which means united. It can mean together in the secondary sense, but in the primary sense, noun, masculine, we're talking about achim, talking about brothers, yeah, united in unison, right? As an adverb, right? Together, all together. So one translation can be the dwelling of brethren also together, but we prefer the dwelling of brethren united in unitedness, unitedly as a unit. You know, first unit, right? As a unit together. Now they bring this out, they say even together. Okay, that's one form of it. You can say that, but unity, right, is the expected and the accepted goal. And what is advocated is not concord like on every, you know, like we're all clones or something, but it's cohabitation. It's dwelling together, right? It's dwelling together, right? It's even like being seated up together. Like the Rasta man would say, come, 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 make I and I be seated up together. That in basic principle with the word shebet from this right here, right? Let's go over here. This is the second level right here. This is the next level. That's the basic level right there. Right, let's go down here. Now, often ones will go to the Strong's KJV because we're going from low degree to high degree. So Strong's KJV, it's a stepping stone, but it seems to have become like a stumbling block because ones will go to the Strong's words but have no idea of dikduk, of grammar. You know what I mean? Or even the basics of it, right? And then because, like for example, we say dwelling, yashab, right? The kal of the word, the simple, the base of the word, right? So what does it mean, right? Is it to sit down, to remain, to stay? Is a nifal to inhabit, a pl to set something, like you set something to, like I set it down, right? Is the hefil in a causative sense, to cause to sit, to cause to abide, to cause to dwell, to cause to be inhabited, or is it in the sense of to marry? Brothers are marrying each other. You see, if you don't understand the dikduk, you could come, oh, they're saying the brother's married. So somebody who have maybe a moral deficiency, right, might come across with a whole different doctrine, and we don't even go there. You know, hot to fire bun. That was a good point. Also, Zion Lex about the Kadash and the set apart. We do use that as a simple set apart. You know, that holy means to be set apart. But just because you set apart, it doesn't set apart to what? Or to who? The whole file sense, which is a kind of form that he felt to be inhabited, right? But notice right here, Strong's here does break down some things down that are well in the basic sense. But if you dismiss grammar and the fullness of the vowels, the seven primary, the full sense of vowels and how the vowels brings out what's really being said. Was it past tense? Is it future tense? Did the person do this to somebody else? Did somebody else do it to the person? Is the person doing it to themselves? You see what I'm saying? To sit down and ambush, specifically to judge, ambush, inquire, the implication to dwell, to remain, Shebet, to dwell, the dwelling together, to settle, in that sense of marry. So even when it breaks down right here, and I think the problem is that people read dictionaries but don't know how to read the dictionary. Now you can read a dictionary. I've seen this happen with English dictionaries. People read English dictionary and I'm saying, well, that's the etymology there. They're saying, yeah, well, the etymology, yeah, but that's not how the word is used right now. You see what I'm saying? So yeah, we could talk about the word then, but that means we understand what it meant back then, but we don't understand what people are saying now. Right? So even when it breaks down like this, it says this right here. Notice the words that are italicized. Sit. So the key ideas that Strong's definition was trying to bring out to somebody who will use this as a stepping stone, not as an end all and be all, right? To sit, right? In the sense of to sit down like a judge. We have contexts where one sat down as a judge, or you could sit in ambush. Look at that, to sit in ambush or in quiet, right? The implication, right, in the other senses of the grammar or the verb tenses, right, is to dwell, as we have here in this song. Shebet achim, the dwelling, the shebet, the sitting, to say the dwelling of Achim, right? See, if one misinterpreted and don't understand the basic dikduk, the vowels, they can make it sound like brothers are getting married. Some off stuff, right? That we can only say, again, Cain, where I came, Cain, where I came. Yeah, so right here, here, right? Not Kaan mean like here. Well, that's a whole other thing. We're not going to get into that. So let's go down here. This is why if you're going to use Strongs, right, why not use Strong's to Tanakh? Why not use a Strong's Tanakh? Because look, see how every word is highlighted. You see that? Every word. This is the first verse, Psalm 133, verse 1. Shir Hamalot LeDawid. Hine matov umana'im. Shebet achim gam yachad. But every single word there is broken down. And you get the plus, plus, plus. If you understand the code, it can help you with the grammar, right? To understand the different parts or how the word is used, right? How this root word, right? Is it shir or shirah? Also, another good point that Zion Lex had brought out, he said that the majority of words in Lashawan Kadash, what they call Lashawan Kadash, the majority of words are in the feminine sense. And he never knew. They say Yisharala. Oh, she's Israel? Uh-oh. But that's what you actually are saying. Yisrael, right? But anyway, but notice how every single word right here, that was a good point. Nasi Abdiel, like right here we go right here. Notice how we have the Tanakh here, just as is, right? And then also if one chooses or seeks to, right? Let's go over here. Even we got the unpointed, right? Is HEB up there, the unpointed, right? And I have to give thanks to one of my fellow Chabers amongst the Chaberim, to Ras Ayason, to Farai, you know what I mean? I remember, and he told me a couple of shanas ago, right? He presents often the Brit Chadash read and goes into like a couple of the Hebrew verses, often. And he said, "Hail up, bro. This is for you." I think I probably told you. Maybe I didn't tell you, but I'll tell you and everyone right here. Is that when he said, "Yeah." He said, "I've been like reading and practicing the unpointed." After we already had kind of mastered the pointed, right? He started to practice the unpointed. And when I heard that, I was like, oh, wow. I actually recognized that at that time, my unpointed was not as strong as my pointed. And I said, man, you know how the iron sharpened iron? I got into my unpointed as well, right? So, just an iron sharpening iron on that one right there. You know what I'm saying? Even though on some things, he may regard I as a tutor or a teacher, that my brother there was a tutor. He helped to strengthen me on that particular point, the iron sharpening iron. You know what I mean? But what do you say? Scissors cut paper. Rock smashes scissors. But iron sharpen iron. You see what's on that level, dwelling together, leveling up, right? But now notice here, you look at the Strongs, it does not tell you what word is behold. It does not tell you what word is how, right? It does not even tell you what word or letter is and, right? It does go to the other words there, but it only gives you the basic. So at least when you go down here to the Strongs, I mean the Torah Strongs, it'll begin to challenge you because you're going to see the word like the second word. Like the second word is ha ma'alot. But the word you find here is ma'ala. All right, so you could fake the funk and say, well, what it's saying is shara ma'ala, but it's not saying shara ma'ala. That means you're not really reading the word right. You see right here, we have shir and shara. And if you look at the original, it has two different forms there. So it can help to kind of tweak you because this word here, right, in the form here, is not exactly this word here. But this word here is the base idea, or what we call in the Hebrew the base idea of the kal, right? The kal idea. So that H4609 is ma'ala, but what is highlighted is ha ma'alot. You see the difference? Ma'ala is a singular sense. Ma'alot is a plural sense. So ma'ala is what goes up or what has come up, a thought, a step, a staircase. That idea, like what comes up, like a idea. But this is now ha ma'alot. This is the goings up. This is how we know this is one of the psalms for the pilgrim festivals, the shalosh regalim, because that going up, right? But be that as it may, right here, I point to this right here, this psalm right here. Let's go back to the simple text right here. Here we go right here, a song of degrees, using the KJV as a basic point of reference. That's what we're familiar with as we break down and see where it's correct, but also the many places where it's not as correct for us. For us. Fubu here. For us as it should be. What I mean? We can use it as a stepping stone and not for it to be as a stumbling block. I think that the stepping stone, the elders understood this was a stepping stone, but I think what happened was that breakdown of like master, disciple, teacher, student, with that kind of breakdown right there, right? And this is what we have in this Torah reading and feeding, but with that breakdown right there, it can destroy the whole family. Right. So I'm using this from the previous, right, Sabbath, right, Psalm, blessing of unification. Let me see if do they comment? No, they don't bring out. Well, they bring out kind of a little comment here. But let me just share this right here. This is on the notes, K and D notes. We go to other notes as well. After we get the basics, Dawit brings to the consciousness of the church. Now, the church, people get this confused. There was a church in the wilderness. Church means assembly. Let's just say assembly, right? Gathering, like on the air. We can say we're a church on the air if we want to be churchianity, right? But the consciousness of the called out gathering. We're not dismissing the word church, but we don't want to deal with church in churchianity sense. We don't want to dumb it down, want to lift it up. The fact that there was a church in the wilderness with Moshe and them. That was the assembly. So David brings the consciousness of the assembly, the kahal in the Hebrew sense, the kehillah in the Hebrew sense of church, the gathering, right, together. The glory of the fellowship, the chabruta. We say chabarim, chabar. Remember in the Torah portion, talk about Hebron of the saints, the Hasidim, that had so long been wanting, lacking. Yahweh is my shepherd, I shall not want, I shall not lack. So he's our shepherd, we should not lack unity, right? For surety, right? The restoration of that had begun with what? The setting up of the Ark of Zion. Now, we've been speaking about this a lot in terms of Hebraically speaking church and state, or more better, speaking of the sanctuary represented by Zion, right? Zion, right? In particular, What does Zion represent? What does Zion? This is kind of interesting. I got two brothers that I'm healing up tonight on the podcast here. Zion Lex, yes, right, and Zion Warchild, yes, right, who are actually having two very important debates or conversation debates, discussions with ones who have opposing views, other brothers that have opposing views. So we really need to clip and crop my brothers who are, paying attention and doing their due diligence. If y'all can, you remind us, of where we touched on Zion, like we come across Zion in the Psalms and elsewhere, and we had to give a breakdown in the bill. A simple breakdown in bill is that the Ethiopian Zion is the real Zion. Just the basic, just the basic principles. Why? See, most ones think of Zion either as just an archaeological place in some past, present, or whatever time. But Zion, Zion, was first of all the seat of the Davidic monarchy. The Davidic monarchy. Secondarily, Zion was the seat of the sanctuary. So in modern terms, they'll talk about church and state. So wherever Zion, and we're not talking about the ism, right? We're not talking about the ism. We're talking about Zion. We're not talking about the ism, right? We're not talking about the ism. So we're not talking about Zionism. See, people go, oh, Zionism, and these are Zionists, and there's Zionism, and then you ask them one question: what does Zion mean? What does Zion mean? What does it mean? And scripturally speaking, what is the context of Zion? What is the context of Zion? And this goes when I hear about Mighty Hebrew, when he's speaking about the nationalization, citizenship, setting of our own so we can demarcate, you know what I mean? And our own government, you know what I mean? He's touching on a very, very powerful thing right there. But see, this is where we talk about the called, chosen, and faithful. I talk about Rastafari, those who don't dismiss, the Hebraic, right? The Hebraic roots, the Judeo-Coptic, because some will talk about the Lion of the tribe of Judah, but then they'll run all the way to Kemet. We can't have that right there. You want to go to Kemet? Check out our brother Zion Lex. This is one who has mastered, right, the Hebrew, right, the Israelite who has mastered what they call the Metuneter, right? Because most ones that talk about Egyptology haven't mastered the language. Right, you got to be able, and then let me have to master the language, but you got to be interested in actually learning the language. You know what I'm saying? I mean, what the, what I mean? But anyway, be that as it may. So the setting up of Zion, right? The setting up of the ark in Zion. So the Zion set, right, has twofold. So when we look around the world, historically, right, and scripturally, biblically, to what and where is Zion? Two key conditions need to be for the Zion. Let me bring this up right here. Two key conditions need to be for Zion, for Zion. What are these two according to the scripture and according to true history? The two key connections for Zion, you have to have the Ark of the Covenant. No. Let's scroll back for a moment. You have to have the Davidic monarchy. Because which one happened first? What happened first was that David, right? He was chosen and he was anointed, right? And so when we keep speaking about his majesty as Messiah in the context of November 2nd, more than coronation, it was the anointing and crowning. The crown would have just been a symbol, right? But the anointing is significant. The order of the coronation healed up to brother Yeremiah, right, in Ethiopia, and the Haptatech, for their work and providing available PDFs. I know Zion Lex, we like get a hard copy. Yes, some books we can get a hard copy of, some books we cannot. But once we have a PDF, we can work on some reprints. You know what I mean? Amongst the press, LOJ Press, and some of the other independent presses amongst the Habarim. All right, that's right. Heal up, Johannes, Yifti, brother Yifti, if you're out there. But anyway, so it has to have two key conditions. It has to have the Davidic monarchy, because it says David would never lack a man to sit on his throne. So we go back to the roots of what some call Hebrew Israelism or whatnot. But let's get out of that. The roots of the royal order of the Ethiopian Hebrews, the roots of the commandment keepers, congregation of the living God, the roots of we once lost now found, right? Beta Israel here in the Americas and the Caribbean, right? The Beta Israel, the house, the Beit Yisrael, right? We go back to the very roots of that. They made the connection, right, with Ethiopia. The scripture makes the connection, right? It says, with Ethiopia, this was born there. Translation, this man was born there. Actualization, Im Kush, Zeh, Yulad Sham was born there. And so the commandment keepers, Rabbi Wentworth Arthur Matthews, honorable mention. May his memory is a baraka, is a blessing, and may it be a baraka. Right? So it has to have Davidic, has a sign of Davidic rulership, monarchy, right? That is directly Davidic, right? And it also has to have, right, the not just the Ark of the Covenant, yes, of course, right? But not to make it idolatry, right? Because the ark is not, but sometimes they focus so much on the ark and not what's in the ark. What's in the ark is the Divrei Habrit, is the words of the covenant. Like his majesty said, for my part, I glory in the Bible. And he was asked, somebody seeking, a young one, he says, for all is to fulfill the 10 words or the 10, well, he actually said the 10 words in them hard, but the translator said the 10 commandments, which is a pseudo, right? It's not 10 commandments, it's 10 words. Be it as it may, even in that pointing to it, it's pointing into the root idea of Zion. So the twofold is the kingdom slash monarchy, and the sanctuary. The kingdom and the sanctuary. And the only place that we really find an independent manifestation of that unconquered by the Gentiles is amongst Ethiopia. Right? Yeah. I mean, people may not like it. You might say this, but well, whatever. Right? You know what I mean? There are 80 something different ethnicities or tribes in Ethiopia. And historically, right, all those different ethnicities, some Shemitic, some Hamitic, right, all bent the knee, right, to Zion, to the ruler of Zion, to that, we say Davidic, you know what I mean? That Davidic descendant, the Davidic ruler that was anointed with the Ark of the Covenant and these ancient tokens and testimonies, right, of the Israelites. So this is not to say that all the Ethiopians, right, that's a misnomer, right? All the Ethiopians are Israelites. You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? It's supposed to, are ye not as the children? You know what it says? The children of the Ethiopians of the male children of Israel. Now, let's get from that point to this point right here. I know there was a little segue right there, but it's important to say all the same. So this is probably a little more direct podcast here because it's kind of a little catch up, point right here, and also a little hail up, as well to my two brother Zions. I'll call that one on the afterthought to my two brother Zions right here. Definitely looking forward to what the island bringing. But now, 133. 133. Remember, behold how good and pleasant it is. Where are we right here? We're talking about Joseph. Joseph. So what's up with Joseph? Here for the third reading, third day's Aliyah, Genesis chapter 37, verse 23 to verse 36. Verse 23 to verse 36. Let's bring this out right here. Right here we go on the screen right here. So let's scroll it up. Now in Amharic, Benorebet, Tek Emet. We'll get to the Amharic once, the fellow disciples show a good groundation on the basics of the Hebrew. Right? You know what I mean? Because that's the context of the Royal Amharic. Yeah, we don't want ones to be making mistakes, misunderstanding, even as Matthew says, right, concerning the Revised Amharic Bible, right? He speaks about the that Hebrew being the foundational language. That's there in the preface to the to the Haile Selassie Bible, we call the Book of the Seven Seals, right? So, yeah. So here we go, the third reading, third day's reading. I'm trying to stay on point right here, right here, right here. So here we have the third reading right here, Genesis chapter 37, verses 23 to 36, right? So for this Torah reading, so if you haven't kind of picked up, on the first two aliyot, I definitely would say, go through Genesis chapter, basically read Genesis chapter 37, basically chapter 37, right? Just keep it simple. Chapter 37, right? So what's going on right here, right? For continuity purposes, right? Right? So previously, right, on Rastafari discipleship studies right here, we had Joseph, right? Joseph's a dreamer. His brothers hating on him. He's sharing his dream, and they hate on him. They envy him. They hate on him, and this envy and hate, it leads to murder, bloodlust, and murder intent. And this is what we have here in the third reading. Joseph's brothers stripped him of his coat of many colors and cast him into an empty pit. They sat down to eat. Now that's a real wow moment. That's a real wow moment right there. All right, but it can be that way. If we be honest with who we be, once lost, now found, it ain't that way, right? We think this brother, though we won't use the term brother, it'll be the N word, but we think this brother is tripping, right? Who we think he is, right? We're going to teach him a lesson, right? And we do what we do, and, we think we're perfectly justified. After that, let's break bread. They sat down, the brothers sat down to eat, right? And they saw a certain caravan of Ishmaelites, right, from Gilead, bringing spices and balm to Mizraim, right, to Mitzrayim. Let's do this right here, right, to Mizraim. Here we go, right here, right. This is how we begin off this, right, using Mizraim, right. Yehuda, right, Judah, he persuaded, right, the brothers to sell Joseph to the Ishmaelites. Right, and that was good on the previous podcast. The Holy Spirit caused us to be reminded and bring out, how we have Yehuda right here, right in the Old Testament, what's called the Old Testament, Brit Hayashana, and in the Brit Hadasha, we have Yehuda, Ish. Remember the whole thing about the Ish. We began off on the Ish. That Ish, right, Ishi, and Ishi in them heart. To distinguish it, because somebody know Ishi. Ishi is not Ishi, right? Just on the vowel pointing, boom, 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 right? But we have Judah, Yehuda, in the Old Testament here, right? Saying that, and what he said? He said, Ma betzah. He said, what prophet? What betzah? We went into the word betzah, the word prophet, right? Is coming up here. He said, what prophet do we have? You got to make something out of this, man. Make $1 out of 15 cents, man. What prophet is there? Now, some might say, well, Judah was seeking to save him. Maybe he was. I say later on he learned his lesson. Because remember, these brothers are young, because we keep trying to put into the context the age, right? What was the age? Also some further points of reference, some of the books we have. Please check out our page, lojs.org, the Torah portion page. Even some of the recommended books, like the Book of Jubilees, Metzaf Kufale, Ethiopian Book of Jubilees as well. But we have to remember the ages, because it tells us that Joseph was 17 years old. Joseph was 17 years. So we know that Joseph, he's the 11th son, first son of Rachel, right, of Rachel, right? And he's the 11th son. And we know that the brothers were already born, right? And Reuben was the firstborn. So of course, Reuben is older than, Reuben's older than Judah, and Reuben definitely must be older than Joseph, right? So it tells us if Joseph is 17 and he is like the what? He is like the next to the baby, because Benjamin is the baby, right? Then what's the age? So we have to understand that we have young men here, right? We have young men, and I think we all know when we were young. Have we repented, done teshuvah, right? Done teshuva, right? Basham Yeshua, right? But when we were young, right? What did it say? Young, dumb, and full of pause. Pause on that. But young and but these are the brothers. Yehuda, he persuaded the brothers, the brethren, right? The brethren, right? Right? He persuaded the brothers, right, to sell Joseph to the Yishmaelim, to the Ishmaelites. And we stand on it that the Ishmael is not the father of the Arabs like people think. Really, according to some studies, it's actually Esau, right? And we did that with previously in the Esau portion, right? So the Isha, right? The Isha, right? And Jacob sat, Wayyesheb. You see how he sat, right? He sat enthroned in the land. This is pickup. We didn't have this already on the first podcast for the Shabua. So here, of course, we're using ancient Mitzrayim. In order to bring out the theme of this Torah portion right here, right? Because ancient Egypt, like Gerald Macy, he has some interesting stuff, but don't deep end on him without having any, knowledge of the language, whether it's the Kemetic or whether it's the, well, really, you should have knowledge of the Kemetic and the Hebrew, right? But be that as it may, when they say he sat, so you see, this was a symbol. So it doesn't just mean like he dwelt in the land, but he was seated. He was in a, he wasn't wandering. It's like the psalm that says that how he loves what? Right? He who he be, what does he do? Right? It says that Yahweh loveth the gates of Zion, of Zion, more than all the dwelling places of Yaakov, of Jacob. That's in Psalm 87, right? The same one where it says, with Ethiopia, this one was born there. This one who? Right? Is this prophecy? Oh, hey, right? Oh, hey, Yahweh, Sha'arei Zion. Oh, hey, Yahweh, he who he be, loves Sha'arei, the gates of Zion, the gates of Zion. Me call from all, more than all. Mishikanot, then all of the what do you say, Mishkan. The Mishkan is the dwelling place. Mishikanot, then all the dwelling places of Yaakov, then all the dwelling places of Jacob. Right? Remember Jacob. Remember where he came from, Pandan Aram. Right? That's why we made the emphasis in the previous Torah reading and feeding. He went to Shechem. But didn't he say that he was going to go to his father's place to see his father? But he's over here. He's over there. He stops over here. And then finally, I think after the Shechem incident, and Shimon and Lewi, who got justice for their sister, their full-blood sister, Dinah, for after defilement, they moved on. And then, he eventually, returns, right, to the spot. Right? He dwelt in a lot of other spots before he returned to the spots. So we're talking about all the dwelling places. So here uses the Mishkanot. But here, this is just to bring out the word pick. So we have said, right, and maybe we picked this up for somebody else, but we haven't found nobody else before saying it. When we do, we'll just say, hey, maybe this is where we got it from. But we've been saying is that Hebrew is like verbal hieroglyphs. There's the verbal Hebrew is more verbally hieroglyphic. So when we say Wayyesheb Yaakov, right? When we say and Jacob dwelt in the word picture, this is what we're saying. What you see on the screen right there, right? And let's see if we move on right here. He dwelt. He was seated up, right? He was, a boss. We can say he was a boss in that sense. I mean, he's a patriarch. He has a family business here. See, a lot of people, they misconstrue what's going on here because they're not seeing it within its cultural context, even the context of what's being brought out here, right? This is why, when it says that Egypt was given, remember it says in the prophets, it said that he has given Egypt, right, and Saba and Sheba, for our ransom, right, to purchase us again, right? This is why all these things are there. if we use them properly, right? So I think there's another one. Okay, it'll come up where you'll see the full picture. I just zoomed in on the epicenter, right? And the epicenter is being seated up, right? Being seated up. But then when you see the fuller picture, you see that it break it down in like different frames from ancient Mizraim. And this is what is going on here within the Hebrew scriptures, right? In the different portions is like different frames, right? It's different word pictures that, and the word is supposed to like bring a certain context and a picture to mind, right? But let's move on until we come to that one again. So Judah, so we have Judah, right here. He's the one who propositions the sale, and he begins off saying like, "What profit?" Right? Like what profit? Like what we're gonna get out of that? Right? Our brother's blood. So on one level, it is sparing him, but it does point out that these are young men, still growing in grace and in knowledge. Yes, and we're speaking about the sons of Jacob. We're speaking about the earliest origins of the ones we call the Israelites, right? And therefore, we are basically looking at there's something that reflects even us. So seeing the brothers Zion, Lex, and the other brothers come together right after he made that presentation about the Lashawan Kadash, you know what I'm saying, and reasoning, and even pointing to, okay, kind of growing. It's like growing. It almost reminds me of what happens at the end, right, of Genesis, right, at the end of Genesis. Right? And also I head up to Genesis as well. Genesis was up there, as well, So I head up to Genesis, right? All right. So right here. Hekshaus, shepherd kings, shepherd rulers, right? So passing Midianites, right? They drew Joseph out of the pit, right? And sold Joseph, right? To the Ishmaelites for 20 shekels of silver. And they brought him to Mizraim. So now that sentence there, when we look at that sentence, we touched on it briefly in the previous Genesis 37:28. It's an interesting sentence because in reading it plain, you can see that. Some would seek to interpret, well, no, it was actually the Israelites, right? No, it was actually Judah proposed it, but it seemed as though the Midianites, right, they had an intention, right? But the Midianites, and who knows whether the sons would have done that to see how angry they were, with their brother, right? They envied him, and the envy kind of led to, hatred, and that hatred led to the murderous intent, right? So we have this particular verse right here. Which verse is it? It's verse 28 in this Torah portion right here. Let's see if we can bring this up right here. We're about to get right into this. A brief right here. This is kind of an overview, a breakdown. So as we see the text, right here we go right here. Let's add to scene. You see it right there. Then there passed by Midianite merchantmen, and they drew and lifted up Joseph, clear, right, out of the pit, and sold Joseph to the Ishmaelites, right, for, and Coma Jed right there. Give thanks, give thanks. He's doing some work, put in some work as well. Heal up, bro. For 20 of silver, of kesef, of silver, 20 pieces of silver, and they brought Joseph into Mizraim, right? So that means that though Judah persuaded the brothers to sell, he didn't get to sell, right? You know what I mean? And then Reuben, right? Then we have Reuben returning, right? Then Reuben basically returns, right? He returns to the pit, and Joseph, the lad, the boy, the lad was gone. He ripped his clothes, he rent his clothes, and he asked the brothers where he could go now. Where could he go? Because remember that Reuben, right? This is in this aliyah here, this little portion, bite-sized portion here, Genesis 37 verses 29 to 30. He asks his brothers, like where can he go? You have to think, why is he saying this? Reuben is the firstborn. He already had the incident where he, did that already happen? Yeah, where he defiled, right? Did that already happen? right? But this is what does happen. He defiled his father's bed. Yeah, I think that already happened. Yeah, but he's the firstborn, right? He's the first. He's the eldest. Where could he go now, right? Because of course, if he's to whom more is given, more is required, right? He still took that on that that something happened to my younger brother, right? And they all knew how much the father loved Joseph. And the scripture says because he was his son in old age. Well, we can also infer that he was the son, the firstborn son of Rachel, whom Jacob loved. I mean, scripture is very clear. Right? So they took Joseph's coat of many colors. So the eldest is asking the other brothers, man, what am I going to do now? Joseph is gone, man. Yo, where am I going to go? Can't go back to that. I mean, what am I going to say? Right? So they took Joseph's coat of many colors and dipped it in goat's blood and sent it to Yaakov to identify. Whoa, 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 whoa. When you think about it. But let's recall, these are still, relatively speaking, young men. Remember, Joseph is 17, right? He's the youngest. So the rest of them are some years older, right, than him, right? We can get into the specific ages, but just a general context. But what they do right here, this is really, can we call this good? Is this good? We can't call this good, right? They might have thought it was good for Joseph. Somebody says, that's good for you. That's good for you because you hate, right? And they had a lot of hate. But this was evil. This was not good, right? This is what the scripture teaches us. Notice the scripture doesn't have all these things, everything is wonderful. And the Israelites, they always did everything. Everybody always did everything wonderful. Nobody. No, it teaches us. It teaches about real life, practical application. Maybe this is the reason why in the beginning they called it Universal School of Israeli School of Practical, right? The practical, we call it the prac app, the practical application, right? So this is what happened. This is what they did, right? How many times did this happen amongst the lost found? How many times did this very same scenario happen? Yeah, didn't know that was a Joseph moment, right? Jacob, right? Yaakov, when they finally brought it to their father, he concluded that a beast. It's interesting that what Jacob concluded. He says a beast. It's a beast. So then we talk about the beast. We have to make sure that we are not that beast, right? You know what I mean? From beast to man, we've fallen, right? We've fallen. Jacob concluded that a beast had devoured Joseph, and he rent his clothes. He ripped his garments, right? A sign of a sign of sadness, a sign of, oh my God, you know what I mean? Put on sackcloth and mourn for Beno, right? Beno, his son, right? All his sons and daughters tried in vain. Now, the scripture does say sons and daughters, right? Tried in vain to comfort him, right? And the Midianites, they sold Joseph to Mizraim, right? To Potiphar, right? Pharaoh's captain or Pharaoh's eunuch. I want to bring out this point. He was Pharaoh's eunuch because people got a misconception what the eunuch is. When we talk about the Ethiopian eunuch. So here we like to make a point about who Potiphar was. What does it say in the Hebrew? How the same word saris is used, right, for a eunuch. Even Moshe Rabbeinu, he tells us that there's three kinds of eunuch. There's a eunuch who is born a eunuch. There's a eunuch who has been made a eunuch by other men. Men make eunuchs, like what the Ottoman Turks, what the Hittites, right, Mohammedan Hittites did to many children of the Ethiopians, right? Not that long ago, right? But anyway, and the third kind is those who make themselves a eunuch for the kingdom, the Malkut Shemaim. So the third reading, the third aliyah, right? The third reading here, right? It closes, right? The third reading and the first open portion that ends here, right? With the end of chapter 37. Now, chapter 34 is, I mean, not 34, my bad. Chapter 38, right, is really, really interesting, right? In the fourth reading, chapter 38, Judah left his brothers to live near an Adulamite named Hira. All right, and this is where the whole Judah and Tamar kind of incident kind of comes in right here. And there's that what's his name? Bible. What's that preacher? Bible. Geno, Ego Jennings, aka Geno Jennings, where him and Mr. Vegas, right? Mr. Vegas, right here. Just a little bit of that before we go forward.
It's on the market. History has been documented. Go to Revelation 5 verse 5.
Revelation 5 verse 5. And one of the elders said unto me, Weep not. Behold, the Lion of the tribe of Judah and the root of David have prevailed to open the book and to loose 7 seals thereof.
Read it one more time, Jay, and read it slowly, please.
And one of the elders said unto me, Weep not. Behold, the Lion of the tribe of Judah, the root of David, have prevailed to open the book and to loose the 7 seals thereof.
The tribe of Judah. Who is the Lion of the tribe of Judah?
Lion of
Who
Judah.
is the Lion of the tribe of Judah?
Lion of Judah.
Can somebody help me? Am I in church? Am I in church? Brothers!
Lion of
I know you're waiting for the
Judah
next speaker.
Society.
Who's the Lion of the tribe of Judah? Jesus? Is it Jesus? Pastor, maybe you can help me. Is it Jesus?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir?
Yes, sir.
Go to Genesis 38, verse 21. I said I was not going to read the Bible because I know Pastor knows the Bible from back to front, maybe all over the place. Brother Gary said, no, Mr. Davis, no. It's not going to work. We're not going to have you if you can't speak from the Bible. I said, okay. Bring it on. Because we got nothing to fear but fear itself. And God does not deal with favoritism. So no one is above none. Go to Genesis 38 verse 31.
Genesis 38 verse 31.
Read it loud so they can hear, Jay. Let them know that you enter school challenge quiz and you're very bright.
Then he asked the men of that place, saying, Where is the harlot? And that was openly by the wayside. And they said, There was no harlot in that place.
And go on to verse 20. Go to verse 15.
Verse 16.
Yes, sir.
When Judah saw her, he thought her to be a harlot, because she had covered her face.
Go to the other verse that we have there. I think it's verse 22.
And he returned to Judah and said, I can't find her. And also the men of the place said that there was no harlot in this place.
And verse 24.
And it came to pass about 3 months after that it was told, Judah said, Tamar, thy daughter-in-law, has played the harlot. And also, behold, she is the child of whoredom. And Judah said, Bring her forth, and let her be buried.
Hold on. Is that the same Judah that Revelation is speaking about? So that's the thing. Maybe you need to ask Pastor before you say no. Maybe you need to ask Pastor. Don't put yourself out there with a camera. We got camera here. So Judah, where the lion came from, the lion who passed acknowledged that is Jesus was out by prostitutes.
All right.
Let me finish my point. Great one.
Finish your point, and then let's get down to Bible.
Let me finish my point.
Bible.
Judah was out buying prostitutes. Tamar, who was promised to his son, came down dressed as a prostitute, and Judah brought himself unto her. And why am I speaking about this? Because when Judah heard that she was pregnant, what did he do? He said, go get her and burn her alive. And if she did not take that staff, and if she did not take that seal, he would cover his sin.
All right, Mr. Vegas.
Let me finish one last thing, Pastor.
Mr. Vegas.
So what I'm telling you today, do not pay attention to the name calling. Pay attention to their heart and their action. Judah was a man who would find prostitutes, yet still he wanted to kill prostitutes.
All right, we done heard from Mr. Vegas. You don't have to sit down. You can remain standing. Now,
I respectfully will sit and enjoy the sermon until my
all right,
call.
well, if you want to sit down until your name is called,
I
that'll
don't
be
want to
fine.
interrupt you.
That'll be
All
fine.
right? Yes.
Now,
I hope I get the chance to speak again.
now, brothers and sisters, I enjoyed what Mr. Vegas had to say, but he misrepresented Pastor Jensen. Amen.
Yes, yes, yes.
Lion of Judah.
Bible.
Lion
here,
of
here.
Judah Society.
So Judah, we acknowledge. Judah did do teshuvah. Judah did do a form of teshuvah. Also, the Testament of the 12 Patriarchs is an interesting, ancient, you could say ancient texts, from the first century to early times as well. That's a whole other reasonment there. But that was Mr. Vegas, old audible Mr. Vegas. Hope you was able to hear it. Mr. Vegas, who's the Lion of the tribe of Judah? Apostle Geno Jennings. That was a debate. It might still be out there somewhere. It was interesting. Mr. Vegas right there. Yeah, so he uses this point about Judah right here. But as we see in verse 26, right, Judah acknowledged them. She hath been more righteous than I. So yeah, this is picking up with the fourth, right? The fourth aliyah coming forward. The fourth aliyah that we have, chapter 38, the fullness of the chapter. And it's interesting because it's after what occurs right here that Judah, as it says, he went down from his brethren. Right after everything that happened, the brothers there, this is a bad incident right here, but here's what we want to get into right here. So Shema Yisrael, just briefly right here, full of the Shema, give thanks Queen Makeda, right, as well as Melech Malkia Tzedek. Amen.
בדרך ושכבקוב גומך וכתבת מאוד על ידיך והיו לטוטפות בין עיניך וכתבתם על מזוזות ביתך ובשעריך.
Know of a surety that thy seed will be a stranger in a land that is not theirs, and they shall enslave and oppress them for 400 years. In the fourth and in the last generation, yes, you shall journey into captivity a second time in ships, because you have rejected his instructions.
So right there in the Hebrew, Queen Makeda, right there in the Hebrew from Deuteronomy Devarim, Deuteronomy chapter 6, verse 4, the Shema Yisrael. all the way to verse 9 right there. Deuteronomy chapter 6, verse 4, the full of the Shema, Yisrael, right there. And that brings us right here to this third and fourth aliyah. Let's see how it goes right here.
Shema Yisrael, Adonai Eloheinu, Adonai Echad. Shema Yisrael, Adonai Eloheinu, Adonai Echad.
Yisrael, here, give ear for the Shalishi Aliyah, for this Shabbat Wayyesheb, Sabbath, and he dwelt here, picking up the first book of Moses, Hebrew book called Genesis chapter 37, here at verse 23, for the Shalishi Aliyah, for this Shabbat Wayyesheb, Sabbath, and he dwelt. Wayehi ka'asher ba Yosef illa et chayo. Yafa shitua eta Yosefa eta kutanato eta ketoneta hapasim asher alayo. And it came to pass when Joseph was come to his brethren, Wayehi ka'asher ba Yosef illa echayo, that they stripped Joseph out of his coat. Wayafa shitua eta Yosefa eta kuatanto eta ketoneta hapasim asher alayo, his coat of colors that was on him, coat of many colors that was on him. Eta ketoneta hapasim asher alayo. And they took him and cast him into a pit, and the pit was empty. There was no water. There was no water in it. Waya yekahuhua, waya yashaliku oto habora, with habor reik ain bau mayin. And they sat down to eat bread. Waya yeshvu le ekala lechem. And they sat down to eat bread, and they lifted up their eyes and looked, and behold, a company of Ishmaelites came from Gilead with their camels bearing spicery and balm and myrrh, going to carry it down to Egypt. And Judah said to his brethren, what profit is it if we slay our brother and conceal his blood? And Judah and Yehuda, Wayomer Yehuda il chayo, and Judah said to his brethren, Ma betzah ki na herog et achinu. What profit is it if we slay our brother? With kisinu et damo, and conceal his blood. Liku, come. Liku, with nima kereinu, come, let us sell him. La isha ma'alim, to the Ishmaelites. With yadenu ala tehiya bow, and make not our hand be upon him. Ki achinu, for he is our brother. Bisarenu, who our flesh. And his brethren hearkened to him. Why yishma'u chayo. And Judah said to his brethren, what profit is it if we slay our brother and conceal his blood? Come and make I and I, let us sell him to the Ishmaelites, and make not I and I hand be upon him, for he is our brother, our flesh. And his brethren were content. Joseph joined up from the pit, goes to the Goyim, goes to the Gentiles, goes to the nations. Verse 28, here, Genesis chapter 37, verse 28, Joseph drawn up from the pit and goes to the Gentiles and goes to the nations. Then there passed by Midianites, merchantmen, and they drew and lifted up Joseph out of the pit and sold Joseph to the Ishmaelites for 20 pieces of kesef of silver. And they brought Joseph to Mitzrayim, to Egypt, Mitzrayim. And Reuben returned to the pit, and behold, Joseph was not in the pit, and he rent his clothes, and he returned to his brethren and said, the child is not, and I, whither, where shall I go? וישב אל אחיו ויאמר הילד איננו והני בא. And he returned to his brethren and said, הילד איננו, the child, הילד, the child, איננו, the child not. And as for me, as for I, whither, where shall I go? And they took Joseph's coat and killed the kid of the goats and dipped the coat in the blood. And they sent the coat of many colors, and they brought it to their father and said, this have we found. Know now whether it be thy son's coat or no. וישלחו את הכתונת הפסים, ויביאו אל אביהם, ויאמרו זאת מצאנו, this have we found, זאת מצאנו. Hakerna, know now whether it is thy son's coat. Haketoneta binka he im lo. Know now whether it is thy son's coat or not. Hakerna, haketonet binka he im lo. And he knew it and said, it is my son's coat. Ketoneta bini. An evil beast hath devoured him. Chaya ra'ah. Kalatehu. Tarofa. Torafa. Yosefa. Joseph is without doubt ripped in pieces. And he knew it and said, it is my son's coat. Wayakiraha. Wayomer. Ketoneta bini. Chaya ra'ah, e'ekalatehu, tarofa, torafa, Yosefa. Joseph is without doubt torn in pieces. And Yaakov and Jacob ripped his clothes and put sackcloth upon his loins and mourned for Bino, his son, many days. And all his sons and all his daughters rose up to comfort him, but he refused to be comforted. And he said, for I will go down into the grave to my son, mourning. Ki ered il bni avel sheola. For ki ered, for I will go down. Ki ered, for I will descend. Ki ered il bni, to my son. Il bni, to my son Avel. Mourning, Avel, Abel, Avel, to my son, mourning, to my son Avel, Sheola, to Sheol, Sheola, Ki, Ered, Il Bini, Avel, Sheola. For I will go down into Sheol, to Bini, my son, mourning, Avel, Il Bini, Avel, to my son, Avel, to my son, to Avon. Thus, like this, his father wept for him. And the Midianites sold him into Mitzrayim, into Egypt, to Potiphar, an officer of Paro, of Pharaoh, and captain of the guard. And here, Shema Yisrael, here for the Rabbi, here for the fourth Aliyah, the fourth reading, the fourth Aliyah, the fourth up offering up here for this Shabbat Wayyesheb, Sabbath, and he sat, and he dwelt, and he was seated up. Shabbat Wayyesheb. Here picking up with the first book of Moshe, first book of Moses, the Hebrew book that is called and known as Genesis. Genesis chapter 38, here for the Lamed Chet, 38th chapter, parenthesis. Seems here the shame of Yehuda, here for the Rabi'i Aliyah. Wayehi ba'aita hahiyah. Wayered Yehuda me'aita chayo. Wayeta adaisha dulami ushmo chira. And it came to pass at that time that Judah went down from his brethren and turned in to a certain Adulamite, whose name was Chira. Wayehi ba'aita hahi. And it came to pass at that time, Wayehi ba'ait hahi. Wayereda Yehuda, that Judah went down me'eta echayo from his brethren. Wayeta adaish dulami, and turned into a certain Adulamite, Ushmo Chira, whose name Chira. And Yehuda and Judah saw there a daughter of a certain Canaanite, and Judah saw there a daughter of a certain Canaanite whose name Shua, and he took her and went in to her. And she conceived and bare a son and called his name Er. Wayikra eta shemo Er. And called his name Er. And she conceived again and bare a son. And she called his name Onan. Watikra eta shemo Onan. And she yet again conceived and bare a son and called his name Shelah. Watikra heta shemo Shelah. And he was at Kazib when she bare him. And Yehuda and Judah took a wife, took a Isha, took a Eshet, a Oset, took a wife for Er, his firstborn, whose name was Tamar. Wayikach Yehuda Isha le Er de Koro Usha Maha Tamar. And Er, Yehuda's Bekor firstborn, was wicked, was ratchet, Ra'ah be'aynei Yahuwah, in the sight of Jehovah. And Jehovah slew him. And Jehovah deaded on him. Wayamitehu Yahuwah. And Yehuda and Judah said to Onan, go in to thy brother's wife, thy brother's Isha, Eshet, Oset, and marry her, and raise up seed to thy brother. Wayomer Yehuda le Onan, bo illa Esheta achika, with Yabem otah, with Hakim Zara'a le achika. Go in to thy brother's wife, bo il Esheta achika, and perform the duty of a husband's brother to her. With Yabema otaha, with Hakema Zara'a le achika, and raise up seed. And raise up seed to thy brother, to Achikah. And Onan knew that the seed should not be his. And it came to pass when he went into his brother's Eshet, Oset, his brother's wife, that he spilt it on the ground, lest that he should give seed to his brother. And the thing which he did displeased Yahuwah, displeased Jehovah, wherefore he slew him also. Then said Yehuda, Judah, to Tamar, his daughter-in-law, remain a widow at thy father's house, thy father's bait, till Shelah, Bini, my son, be grown. For he said, lest peradventure perhaps he die also, as his brethren did. And Tamar went and dwelt in her father's bait, in her father's house. Wayomer Yehuda le Tamara kalato shvi almana beita vik abik ada yigdala shela avni כי אמר פן ימות גם הוא כחיו ותלק תמר ותשב בית אביה. Remain a widow in thy father's house till Shelah my son be grown up. For he said, lest he also die like his brethren. And Tamar went and dwelt in her father's bait, in her father's house. And in process of time of Iowa, the daughter of Shua, Yehuda's Ashet, Yehuda's wife died. And Yehuda and Judah was comforted and went up to his sheep shearers to Timnat, he and his friend Hira, the Adulamite. And it was told Tamar, saying, behold, thy father-in-law goeth up to Timnat to shear his sheep. Wayugada litamara lemora. Hine chamik ole timanatah la goza sono. And she put her widow's garment off from her and covered her with a veil and wrapped herself and sat in an open place, which is by the way to Timnat. For she saw that Shelah was grown, and she was not given to him, Leisha, and she was not given to him to wife. Wa tasara bigdeya ala menuataha meya aleha wata kasa if wa tita alaf wa tesheba bi fetach Ayanaim asher ala dareka timanataha kia ra'itaha kia gadela Sheila wihi lo nitna loa leisha. And she put off from her the garments of her widowhood and covered herself with a veil and wrapped herself and sat in the entrance of Ainaim, and sat in the entrance of Ainaim. What teshev b'fetach Ainaim, which is by the way to Timnah. For she saw that Shelah was grown up, and she was not given to him to wife. Wehi lo nitnah lo leisha. When Judah saw her, he thought her to be a harlot because she had covered her face. Wayireha Yehuda wayayachesheveha lizona kisataha paneha. When Judah saw her, he thought her to be lizona. He thought her to be a harlot. Wayachesheveha lizona, for she had covered her face. Kia kisataha paneha. And he turned to her by the way and said, go to, I pray thee, and let me make I come in to thee. For he knew not that she was his daughter-in-law. And she said, what wilt thou give me, that thou mayest come in to me, that thou mayest come in to I? And he turned to her by the way, Wayomer, and said, Havana, come, I pray thee, Havana, Abo laik, let me make I come in to thee, Abo laik, ki lo yada'a, kia kalato, for he knew not that she was his daughter-in-law. Ki lo yada'a, ki kalato, he. And she said, Watomer, ma titenli, what will thou give me? Ma titenli, ki tabo elai, that thou may come into I. Ma titenli, ki tabo elai. And he said, I will send thee a kid from the flock. And she said, wilt thou give me a pledge till thou send? Wayomer Anoki Shalach. And he said, I will send thee, Anoki, Ishalach Gediya, Azim, Mina Hatzon. I will send thee, a kid of the goats from the flock. Anoki, Shalach Gediya, Azim, Mina Hatzon. And she said, Watomer, wilt thou give me a pledge till thou send it? Tiktain ayaravon ada shalacheka. And he said, what pledge? What pledge shall I give? Vayomer ma ha ravon asher etena lach. What pledge shall I give thee? And she said, Watomer, thy signet and thy bracelets and thy staff that in thy hand. And he gave her and came in to her, and she conceived by him. Watomer, chotamka, thy signet, ufa tileka, and thy cord, ua matinka, and thy staff, asher beyadeka, that is in thy hand. Watitena laha, and he gave them her. Wayabo eleha, and came into her. Watahara lawu, and she conceived by him. And she arose and went away, and laid by her veil from her, and put on the garments of her widowhood. And Yehuda and Judah sent the kid by the hand of his friend, the Adulamite, to receive pledge from the woman's hand. But he found her not. Then he asked the men of that place, saying, where is the harlot that was openly by the wayside? And they said, there was no harlot in this place. Eta ansheya mekomaha leimora ayehe ha-kedesha. Then he asked the men of that place, saying, where is the harlot? Where is ha-kedesha? Where is the kedesha? Where is the sacred temple prostitute? The kedesha, the harlot, the temple harlot, the prostitute, that was at Ainaim, by the wayside. Aye ha-kedesha hiya be-Ainaim Allah ha-darek. Wayomru, and they said, there has been no kedesha, no harlot, no sacred prostitute here. Wayomru, lo, haitaha bazeh kedesha. And he returned to Yehuda and said, I cannot find her. And also the men of the place said, there was no harlot in this. Wayashab il Yehuda, and he returned to Yehuda. Wayashab illa Yehuda wayomer lo mitzatiha, and said, lo mitzatiha, I have not found her. And also the men of the place said, Wagam anshe ha-makom amru lo hayita bazeh kedesha. There have been no kedesha, no harlot, no sacred prostitute here. And Yehuda and Judah said, let her take to her, lest we be shamed. Behold, I sent this kid, and thou hast not found her. Wayomer Yehuda, tikach laha pena nihye labuz, hine shalacheti ha-gediya hazeh, ve'ata lo mitzataha. Judah said, let her take it. Wayomer Yehuda, tikach laha, let her take it. Tikach laha, lest pen, nihiyeh labuz, lest we be put to shame. Pen nihiyeh labuz. Hine, behold, look, see, here it is. Hine, shalacheti, I sent Hagdi Hazet. I sent this kid. Ata lo mitzataha, and thou the eye hast not found her. And it came to pass about 3 months after that it was told Judah, Yehuda, saying, Tamar, thy daughter-in-law hath played the harlot, the Zonah, and also, behold, she was child by whoredom. And Yehuda and Judah said, bring her forth and let her be burnt. Why he Mishalosha Chodashim, and it came to pass about 3 moons, about 3 months after. Why he Mishalosha Chodashim, that it was told Judah, Yehuda, why Yugada Yehuda, saying, Lemor Zantaha Tamara Kalateka Tamar, thy daughter-in-law hath played the harlot, hath played the Zona Zamataha Tamara Kalateka, thy daughter-in-law, Zanataha Tamara Tamar, thy daughter-in-law hath played the harlot, Widam, and moreover, Hine, behold, Hine, Hara, Liza Nunim, behold, she is with child by harlotry. Hine, Hara, Liza Nunim. Wayomer, Yehuda and Judah said, Hotzi Uha, with Tiasaref, bring her forth. Hotzi Uha, bring her forward. Hotzi Uha, with Tiasaref, and let her be burnt. When she brought forth, she sent to her father-in-law, saying, by the man whose these are, I with child. And she said, discern, I pray thee, whose are these? The signet and bracelets and staff. He Mu'at, when she was brought forward. She Mu'at, when she was brought forth. Wahi Shalaha Hilachamiha, she sent to her father-in-law. Wahi Shalaha Ilachamiha, she sent to her father-in-law, Lemor, saying, Leish Asharel Lau Anoki Hara Wa Tomer Hakerna Limi Ha Hotemeta We Ha Petlima We Ha Mate Haile, by the man whose these are. By the man whose these are. Am I with child? Leish Asher Eile Lau Anoki Harah, I am with child. And she said, what Tomer Hakerna, let me discern, I pray the eye. For who? Hakerna, let me, Chotemet, whose these are the signet, Chotemet, the signet, with Pitalim, and the cords, Pitalim, with Hamateh, and the staff, Ha'ele, these. And Yehuda and Judah acknowledged them and said, she hath been more righteous than I, because that I gave her not to Shelah B'ni, Shelah my son, and he knew her again no more. Wayaker Yehuda, and Judah acknowledged them. Wayaker Yehuda Wayomer, and said, Tzadikah mimeni, she is more righteous, mimeni, from I than I. Tzadikah mimeni, for as much as I gave her not to Shelah my son, ki al leken lo netatiha lit Shelah b'ni, for as much as I gave her not to Shelah my son. Lo yasaf oda lit da itaha, and he knew her again no more. Wayyehia ba'aita lidataha, and it came to pass in the time of her travail, Wayyehia ba'aita lidataha, that behold, wahine, twins, wahine, te'omim, twins, te'omim, bitanaha, were in her womb. Tomima bitnaha, were in her womb. And it came to pass when she travailed that the one put out his hand, and the midwife, ha-meyaledet, and the meyaledet, and the midwife took and bound upon his hand a scarlet thread, saying, Ze yatsa rishona, this came out first. And it came to pass, as he drew back his hand, that behold, his brother came out. And she said, how hast thou, the eye, broken forth? Ma paratzka aleka. Paretz Wayikra Shemo Paret. This breach upon thee. Therefore, his name was called Phares. And she said, Watomer ma paratzta aleka. Faret. How hast thou broken forth? Breach upon the eye. Paret. Therefore, his name was called Paret. Watikra Shemo Paret. And afterward came out his brother, Achio, that had the scarlet thread upon Yado, his hand. And his name was called Zara. Wayikra Shemo Zarach.
Yes. King. So right there, the third and the fourth. Touch on the third. Hold on. Amen. Yeah, right there. Touch on the third and the fourth alio. Right there, the readings right there. Judah. Yeah, Judah's a whole. Oh, yeah. Now, a couple key things in that chapter right there. A few key things. We'll pick up with more on that right there, because that's for the day coming. Forward. But from the day, the third aliyah right there, concerning what happened to Yosef, it seems as though the brothers, they had a plan. It don't seem as though they're the ones who sold their brother or got the 20 pieces, but it's interesting when we see the 20 pieces of silver, the 30 pieces of silver, and how some would say that Yosef is a let's say the antitype, or is like a foreshadowing, right? That he's a foreshadowing of Moshiach, even in that betrayal, the hatred and betrayal by the brothers, especially when we get to see the fullness of what his dreams were. Even though when we look at it, some might even agree, like, man, well, yeah, Joseph was a dreamer, but it's like how he came across. One might try to blame it on Joseph, right? But it's interesting when we see the father's reaction. The father, Jacob, also a dreamer. Remember Jacob, a dreamer, though he rebuked his beloved son, but it does tell us that he loved him Scripture says because he was a child in his old age, though he rebuked him, right? It still says that he guarded, he kept. He kind of observes still what was said. Also, the interesting aspect of the sun, the moon, right? 11 stars bowing to the one star, Joseph's, and therefore we have 12 right there. What the brothers do, how they, put him in the pit, but then we pick up with the third aliyah, and it's the Midianites that take him out, and he gets sold. He gets sold to someone named Potiphar. But then right after that, we get to this chapter here for the day coming forward. Yeah, man. Make sure you journal for the fellow disciples. I think it's very good to begin to journal. If you haven't already in the Torah studies, keep either composition. We prefer the composition, the old style composition notebooks that's sturdy. They kind of last a long time. Really, really good. You know what I mean? But one can use spiral or other ones. But basically, the main thing is have a devoted place, to write down notes, whether here or elsewhere, but try to be in a regular study, right? And you might not get into every little nuance, but it's a great thing to write down some of the curiosities. You may have some questions. Oh, I wonder about this. I wonder about that, so forth and so on, and to kind of like date and note it. So journaling is very important. Speaking about, discipleship, journaling, something that was very big and strong among, I and the Rastafari disciples, then, and we need to kind of reinforce and strengthen that right now as well. And not just for Torah studies, right? Also for other activities. But I think a great place is definitely for Torah studies. You know what I mean? And it also helps us sharpen the synaptic connection. I think when we type like on computer, it makes 6 connections between the synapses, like if our brain is like a computer, like how well it functions, the RAM it has, right? But then with writing by hand, there's 23 connections that are made. And those who have done this for any period of time consistently, you'll find that it does strengthen your memory and does help with retention. And it's interesting. The whole hands, we say, bless the works of our hands. That's a good psalm prayer right there, for our journaling, right? But just briefly here, right? Briefly here, what's most interesting is the change from chapter 37 to 38. So chapter 37, we have the end part right there, where we have the third reading. So the first, second, and third aliyot here for this ninth sabbatical study, Wayyesheb. And he dwelt, and Jacob dwelt. He was set up. He dwelt in the land. He had a little business going on here for his sons, right, and the flocks. And with Joseph as a manager. Don't you get it? That Joseph, we might think, oh, he's just favoring Joseph. Well, he did love him for certain reasons, the Torah states, right? But then he also rebukes him, right, when he thought he was out of line with the dream, right? But then it tells us that he also observed, because he's a dreamer as well. There might be something to this, right? But then as we kind of keep moving forward, right, we see what happens with the jealousy, the envy of the brothers leads to the hatred. So it kind of shows us how one thing can lead to the next, so we have to kind of, be conscious and be cognizant, be circumspect, But we get to the point about Judah in chapter 38. And then we say, well, Judah was mentioned in chapter 37. He's the one that proposed this sale. And then the brothers, how they lied, to the father, how they misrepresented the truth, how they deceived the father. You know what I'm saying? And one just has to imagine that, even certain things that some of us may have done a while ago, even though we were ignorant or whatever it might be, sometimes there's that guilt, that kind of guiltiness that rests on your conscience. And so we see something interesting. We would think that from the end of chapter 37, right, about the Midianites, selling Joseph to Potiphar, right? I didn't even know this note was there, right? Because now in our studies, I'm going through the notes a little more often for some, like a structure, right? A point of reference. So when it says officer, right? This was in our studies about someone was trying to make false claims about the man of Ethiopia, right, who was a Yehudi, the black Yehudi or the Jew of Ethiopia, speaking about the Ethiopian eunuch and about what eunuch means and some things in these latter days and time. And they had it all confused, right? And then we recall that the same word for eunuch, even in the Brit Hadasha of the Hebrew, right, is the same word that's used here, and that's saris. And then we also recalled how Yeshua described three kinds of eunuchs. Some are born eunuchs, right? Some are made eunuchs, right, by other men, and some make themselves a eunuch. Now, one might say, well, what is a eunuch? Oh, touchy issue. Well, a eunuch is like a male who's junk, as some would say. I guess if you went through that sort of a prison experience, they lift up your junk, but whose private parts, are not fully operational, maybe not fully developed, maybe it's slightly, something has gone on in the development. It's not usual. So therefore that particular eunuch, might not be able to, have children, might not be able to perform as other men. In other words, it's almost like the male parts have not fully been formed, right? And some call it hermaphroditism, and there's all these different clinical and otherworldly kind of things, but not to go down that so-called rabbit hole. Pause, for a moment, but just a basic idea is that some are born eunuchs, right, where as a man they may not be able to perform the full duty as other males do because of a misforming, right, of those parts if it's at birth. And then you have others who are made eunuchs, by other men. We mentioned the Ottoman Turks, in their rise of Islamism, right, in the world. And it's a very important part of history, kind of connected to the Canaanites and the Hittites and all that. But what they did when they were trying to penetrate, the pause, right, penetrate the Horn of Africa, and the coast. And this shifted a lot of the, we could say a lot of the black Jewish and Israelite Beta Israel communities and the kingdom as it was in the Horn of Africa, right? This is a lot to do with like why we have Addis Ababa today, Finfine, and even the Amhara and the Tigra. It has a lot to kind of do with history, how historical things affect other things. But be that as it may, many Ethiopians were, a good movie to see. It's kind of a long movie, but it's very educational if you're able to receive it, is that Lawrence of Arabia movie. You mentioned this before, but the Lawrence of Arabia movie. There's a scene in the movie, and some might object to it, but there's a scene where Lawrence, he's a British guy sent over there on a British mission. Because you remember that there's the British that beat the Ottoman Turks. When the British beat the Ottoman Turks, they stopped or slowed down the tide of Islamicism that was running rampant in that world. Now, we regard the progenitors of the Arabs to be partially related to Ishmael, but more to Esau, right? So we have a little different, understanding based on the facts and the evidence of like who Esau is and how that kind of pans out, historically. But we have the Ottoman Turks, and the Hittites were Canaanites. So the Ottoman Turks in that same region that the Hittites, the biblical, Hittites, they basically got into the Islam thing, almost like the Canaanites got into, Shemitic, things, and blend them and mix them. And they went rampant. They conquered Egypt. They conquered, the Levant. They conquered other places. They probably spread Islam, more than even Muhammad did, their prophet. But they tried to, and this is where a lot of communities that were Hebraic, Judaic along Africa, the coast of Africa, and even in Arabia were destroyed during the Mohammedan time from Muhammad, and then later on the Ottoman Turks. But the British, they beat the Ottoman Turks, and they took over the Levant. That later on they continued the Roman name because the British come from Britannia, and that's Julius Caesar and Julius Caesar, Caesar, and then we have them renaming it to Palestine. But the Ottoman Turks, during their effort to conquer places that were Christian and bring them under Mohammedanism, Isa, it's interesting that the Mohammedans call Yeshua. In Arabic, the Jewish and the Christian Arabs said Yeshu, to say Yeshua. But according to Mohammedans, they call Yeshua Isa. And according to the proper enunciation of Esau, it sounds very close to Isa, related to the word asa, to make, to do. Be that as it may, they captured a lot of, they would capture certain, they call them Ethiopians, but we know some of them could be Hebrews, some of them could be Israelites, but they captured many of the boys, and they would basically castrate them, when they're young. So it's said that before puberty, if a boy is castrated, he still grows up physically to what we could say is a man, but some things don't really develop because of the role that, the scrotum, the gonads, what we say, the balls. How they say, like when a young man, his voice is high, and then as he gets older or he shows more bass in his voice, we say like his balls drop. But the problem with the eunuch scenario, when a man makes other men eunuchs, is that once you cut that even though he gets older, right, certain hormonal things do not form, so that, and there's no balls to drop. It's a horrible thing, especially how it's done. Except in rare cases of punishment. But be that as it may, that's what Messiah was talking about. So what I find interesting that a lot of people haven't really picked up, all these other people we've heard, some I might have, but we haven't heard as of yet, that Potiphar was said to be an officer in translation. So when we read His Majesty, Haile Selassie, the elect of God, conquering line of the tribe of Judah, right, with Ethiopia, this man, the man that was born there, when he says that, no doubt you all remember reading in Acts of the Apostles of how Philippos, the love of horses, but Philip, how he baptized the Ethiopian eunuch, right? No, he said the Ethiopian official. And his word sound is translated as the Ethiopian official. When I saw Ethiopian official there, I was like, he didn't say Ethiopian eunuch. I said, why didn't he say eunuch? So I was thinking, but then I went to research. And then I get to find out that even in the Hebrew, even the same word in the Amharic, that word right there is the same word Hebraically for officer. So in finding this note here tonight on the podcast, no, I didn't see it before, but finding this note here, we're just going to go from the Hebrew, right? The script, the word eunuch, it says here officer as it's translated, but in the Hebrew it's eunuch, right? So now imagine if we start to reread this based on that, just that understanding. And the Midianites sold him, speaking about Yosef, into Mitzrayim, right? The what do you call it? The Tawi, properly. Some say Kemet. I was saying that too until I learned better. Tawi is the two lands. They called it the Tawi. Kemet is one part of the two. Check. But anyway, Mitzrayim brings out that same sense. Mitzrayim, right? To Potiphar. Here it says an officer of Paro of the Perah. In ancient Egypt, the Perah, right? And the Hebrews say Perah. That would mean like the great house, right? Often Hebraically it signifies, like we say today, like the White House, right? And the White House says, we know who the ruler is, but maybe we don't want to talk his name. Could be the first Trump, might as well be the last. Many more sufferment. Don't ask me why. Natural mystic blowing through the ear. So we say the White House said. Now we know that if it's come from the White House, then it's probably authorized by the ruler of the White House. So I'm just saying that this is the Hebraic use of Pharaoh. Sometimes it seems to imply a particular man like the king, but in the real context, the Hebraic context, is like saying the White House, that government, that big house, that great house. Be it as it may, an officer of Paro, the Perah, right? The great house, a eunuch, right? And captain of the guard. So he's a eunuch. Remember when Yeshua said there are three kinds of eunuchs? There are those who are born eunuch. That means something happened that's similar to a castration, right? That second kind of eunuch. Eunuch is made by men, right? I point out the Ottoman Turks, what they did. It was some freaky weirdo stuff. That's why I pointed to the movie Lawrence of Arabia. In Lawrence of Arabia, Lawrence gets violated, let's put it like that, by some Ottoman Turk, right? And this drives him crazy. But what was so interesting is that when I saw that part, I went back into research, something I read very curious, where the Ottoman Turks during the Islamic times were they had a fetish for finding young Ethiopian males. You know, like some of these people, they have certain fetishes that are basically abominations, to'eba, right, according to Torah. And this is one of them, where they would basically capture these young boys and keep them in these harems and all this crazy stuff. But it opened me up, pause. It opened my understanding, right, up to the fact that this word saris, right? Let me do this right here so you can see this right here. I keep talking about it. It might be another word. I might have to say, okay, I was right. Saris, right? Saris, right? So the BDB, Brown, Drivers, and Briggs says official, a eunuch. So when I read what His Majesty wrote, when he said, no doubt you all remember reading when Haile Selassie, right, the elect, the chosen of God, the elect, right, the occupant on the throne of David. When he said what he said, that no doubt you remember reading how Philip baptized the Ethiopian official. I said official. I said, wow, let's keep it official, right? But then I began to connect the dots with Potiphar, right? Potiphar, right? Potiphar, right? Here they call him the officer of Pharaoh. Remember what Christ said, there's three kinds. Some are born that way, some are made by other people, men that way, and some make themselves a eunuch for the kingdom. So it seems to have a twofold sense, but people only looked at it in one, like a one way, because the understanding that this officer of Pharaoh, right, was actually a eunuch. Now, why I keep saying this is because coming up, we're going to find more about Joseph, because what Genesis chapter 38 teaches us is about, you know, the results, the fruit of some evil ways. You know, it compounds. And Judah, he goes away from his brothers. That can even be explained psychologically. Like after what we did, I gotta move away. You know, like these brothers were so close, but then something happened, and then they kind of moved away, or you know, they're still brothers, but one lives way over there, and they don't visit too often, and they be over. You know what I mean? There's something happened that can be explained by what they did with Joseph. And then now he goes to this temptation, right? Speaking about Judah, he marries a Canaanite woman. That's a violation according to the patriarchal code, right? And then after his his violation of the patriarchal code and marrying a Canaanite woman, he had these three children. We see that they were wicked before the Lord. And then he had the last one he wanted to hold back because he thought maybe something's wrong with this Canaanite daughter that he had got, you know what I mean, for his son. And then, you know, after his wife dies, he go visit his friend, his Canaanite friend, you know what I mean? And then he goes, sees a Zonah. That's another important aspect. The word harlot is used in two different senses, right, in the KJV translation. And it's kind of an interesting play in the Hebrew. He saw a Zonah. He saw like a prostitute. The word for like a prostitute or loose woman, like a Zonah. You know, if they say like Ben Zonah, you call somebody Ben Zonah, right? Like it's like almost like son of a, you know the word, right? You know, a kalba, which is a female dog, but Zonah, right, is the word, right? But then when Hiram, who's a local, he goes over there to the men of that particular place, the Anshe, Ainaim. He says, was there Kadesha, was there Kadesha here? Like a sacred temple, like a prostitute, one who is set apart, the Adai sense, but set apart to immoral, sexual, cultic rites. So that connection of almost like the eyes wide shut, and this kind of conspiracy thing where they have sexual rites and rituals that are connected with some form of worship. Well, that's exactly what we have here. When Hira went there, he said, was there Kadesha here? And they said there was no Kadesha, right? But now Judah, Yehuda, he thought it was a zona. So there's these two different words that are being used, whether it's just like a zona, or we call a prostitute, unconnected with temple rights, or some sort of a evil order, you know what I'm saying? Or one who is connected with a lot of these ancient worships of the other gods, had to do with certain immoral sexual activities. It's like what they say nowadays, some so-called secret society initiations. You know what I mean? Just an interesting, ain't nothing new under the sun. Now I know I kind of went ahead right there because going ahead, right, we have Joseph, he gets tempted. So Judah, he gets sexually tempted, right? And he falls, right? But then we get his brother, Joseph, right? He goes through sexual temptation and he's able to withstand. Right, so like when it says in the New Testament about young men fleeing from youthful lust and everything, both of them are still pretty much young men. You know what I'm saying? Of course, Joseph is younger, but the younger man was able to endure, while Yehuda, right, who will later on become, you could say, like that symbolic firstborn among Israel. You know what I mean? How he fell. So therefore, the Mr. Vegas audible where he's having a debate with Geno Jennings, because Mr. Vegas wanted to defend not calling women like whores and sluts and whatever about how they dress and other things, where Geno Jennings and others have pointed this out. He uses the story, of Genesis chapter 38, right? And though we're not ego Jennings kind of a fan, you know what I mean? I think his, it's an interesting debate, right? But I just want to point this out, that if the officer of Pharaoh was a eunuch, could that now even make the narrative of Joseph and Potiphar's wife, her sexual lust after Joseph? Suppose her husband might have just been an official, right? He made himself a eunuch, you know what I mean, for the kingdom of Egypt's sake. Let's call it like that. But maybe he was born a eunuch, or maybe he was made a eunuch. You see what I'm saying? And maybe this wife, like they say today, was like his beard. He had a beard, not a physical beard, but yeah, something where men who are homosexuals, they would have a sodomites into sodomite activity, but they would have a wife. You know what I mean? And the wife would be like a beard. You know what I mean? Because the Greeks didn't really like beards and all that. But anyway, be that as it may, I think that kind of makes the narrative, that's a good note point right there, a good clippable moment, snippable moment right there, that the officer, right, no doubt was a eunuch, right? Because this is what it says right here, right? Okay, here, Potiphar. Let's go over here once again, the note. And I didn't know this note was there, right? But it does explain, and I'm happy it's there because we can use it as a point of reference. Saris, right? So Saris, as it's used in the Hebrew scripture, sometimes it's translated as officer. This is one of the places. Sometimes it's translated as eunuch. So when we talk about the Ethiopian or the Yehudi, the Jew, the black Jew of Ethiopia, right, who was called the Ethiopian eunuch, he was an official, right, of Kentake, or the Meroite queens, right, of Meroe is right there in the Kush area, the ancient Kush, area, and that's a whole other thing. And I think Zion War Child, that might be something that might be instrumental, right? I'm not going to go into it because I don't want to give it away, right? But the word, right, doth signify what it says. This must be some old notes. This is some old notes right here, right? The translator's notes, right? How come they don't put that in the Bible? Like some Bibles don't even have those to give us a decency when they found out that some things are more clearly understood. That the eunuch is an officer. The officer in this context, see, it's all about the word saris, saris, right? We're talking about this word right here, saris, right? Official eunuch, right? They say from an unused root to castrate, right? But here's how the word is used, right? As a eunuch, or a valet, valet. Is that how they say valet, whatever? Like in a harem, right? A female apartment. So sometimes the ones would have a group of women, like some kings or rulers of the East, and they would have some man who had that chopped, snipped, and clipped. And yeah, but and thus a minister, you see what it says? And thus a minister of state. You see, so there's a literal aspect to this, and there's a figurative aspect, is what we're seeking to bring out. You know what I'm saying? That if one is like makes himself a eunuch for the kingdom of heaven, sake, then that means they cut away, in a sense, symbolically, the other attractions that men will have for this one purpose. It's like they are a minister of that state, the minister of the kingdom, a chamberlain, a eunuch, an officer, right? Then it says, Kapir Rab Saris. This was the chief eunuch, Rab Saris, a chief eunuch, a high-ranking Babylonian official, right? Or in some translation, they don't want to say he's a eunuch, so they say he was a chief chamberlain. Chief chamberlain. You see how they do that right there? But so when we're looking at the Ethiopian, the Yehudi, the Jew of Ethiopia, the Ethiopian eunuch, as they call him, he's an official. I've heard a lot of freaky, weird, toeba, abominable kind of philosophies, people trying to, use the scripture to justify their unscriptural, or at least un-Torah, on Yahweh's ways, right? An officer of Pharaoh. So if he was a eunuch, right, the word doth signify not only eunuchs, but also chamberlains, courtiers, officers. Somebody take this note right here and attach it to Acts of the Apostles, right? Acts of the Apostles, chapter 8. Oh, do you know in some Bibles they try to erase the Ethiopian, the Jew, the black Jew of Ethiopia's testimony in some of these newer Bibles? Just want to point that out right there, right? But they need to cut and paste this right here. This particular something right here. Let me see if I can get a snapshot of this. Okay, there we go. So just wanted to bring that out right there. We'll get to hopefully more on this because the time is already pushing. Yeah, so we get to this. But just the opening part where it says, and it came to pass at that time that Judah. So from the time what happens to Joseph and the deception, to their father, the patriarch Yaakov, Abinu Yaakov, to Israel, we can say, right? The patriarch, that it seemed like he separated from his brothers, right? And then he went and joined up with a certain Adulamite, right? Right? Some Adulamite, and here it says Chira, right? He's a friend of Judah, right? And he's a likely Canaanite, you know what I'm saying? And then what happened, he got a wife, and then how one thing led to the next, and we'll deal with that detail right there. But here, I know we said about Psalm 110, right? We're talking about the 110th Psalm, Messianic Psalm. We've gone through that before. So if one checks some of the available uploads and podcasts, just put in the search on our channel, Psalm 110, probably get us going through it in more detail, right there. Maybe even get a good snip and clip, speaking to the Chabarim right here. But here, without further ado, right, as we're going to continue, hopefully, with Yosef's story, here's a little bit on today's, the Psalm here in the season, right? The Psalm here in the season. So yes, it's Torah reading and feeding, and Jacob dwelt. He dwelt in the land. And also coming up, I want to touch on the 4 Hebrew words for man, right? And the significance, because we spoke about that on the Monday podcast, right? When we say, why was Yosef Ha'ish, right? Not Ish, right? And not Jewish, right? To bring out a good point about this Ish, right? That's why once again, like to, just heal up Zion Lex, for his breakdown and build on the Lashawan Kadash, why that fails right there, right? Because then we say things like ish and Jew-ish and say this is ish, and that's an aspect of it in English. See, that ish that you're talking, that all that ish, that's English. But that's not the real ishi, right? The ishi, the ish and the ishi, right? We need to understand the ish. And here coming up in the Torah portion here for Wayyesheb, we get more on Joseph becomes the man. How does Joseph becomes the man in the man? And the term that they use in the scrolls, in the scripts, is Ha'ish. Ha'ish. So we have those 4 words for man right there. Touch on that as we move forward. So right here. Let's touch on this right here briefly right here. Psalm 110, verse 7, the last verse, where it's all about lifting up the rosh, lifting up the head. And of course, when we say the head, in the Amharic it's Ras, in the Hebrew it's Rosh Tiferet. Right here to the psalm.
He shall drink of the brook in the way. Therefore shall he lift up the head.
Minachel baderek yishte al kin yarim
He shall drink of the brook in the way. Therefore shall he lift up the head. The head. The head. The head. The head. He shall drink of the brook in the way. Therefore shall he lift up the head.
Minachel baderek yishte al kin yarim
He shall drink of the brook in the way. Therefore shall he lift up the head.
Shalom again, shalom chaverim. Here we have today's daily psalm. We have
Psalm 110.
מזמור ק"י לדוד מזמור.
The Lord said unto my Lord, my Lord, my Lord,
נאום אדוני לאדוני
sit thou at my right hand, my right hand, my right hand,
שב לימיני
until I make thine enemies thy footstool, thy footstool, thy footstool, thy footstool.
עד אשית אויביך הדום לרגליך.
The Lord shall send the rod of thy strength out of Zion, Zion, Zion.
מטה עוזך ישלח אדוני מציון.
Rule thou in the midst of thine enemies, of thine enemies, of thine enemies.
רדה בקרב אויביך.
The Lord said unto my Lord, sit thou at my right hand, until I make thine enemies thy footstool. The Lord shall send the rod of thy strength out of Zion. Rule thou in the midst of thine enemies. Thy people shall be willing in the day of thy power, in the beauties of holiness from the womb of the morning. Thou hast the dew of thy youth. The Lord hath sworn and will not repent, will not repent, will not repent, will not repent.
נשבע אדוני ולא ינחם.
Thou art a priest forever, forever, forever.
אתה כהן לעולם.
After the order of Melchizedek.
על דברתי מלכי צדק. אדוני.
The Lord at thy right hand shall strike through kings in the day of his wrath. He shall judge among the heathen. He shall fill the places with the dead bodies. He shall wound the heads over many countries. He shall drink of the brook in the way. Therefore shall he lift up the head.
Yes. So here, Psalm 110, just a little short something right here on the far eye, right? Far eye, right, Hebraically, and the locks in connection with this song. When men grow their hair, also connected with the song of Deborah, the song of Judges, I think Judges chapter 5. This is a little short excerpt right here before we go on the outro, but something for you to
There
hear.
we go, the willingness. The willingness is this. Now, the part that really caught my attention is how the Hebrew says when men let grow their hair in Israel. But the authorized, or the version that we have in the English, like the King James, it instead translates it as for that the leaders took part, or the leaders took the lead. See, it kind of totally obscures, right, the Nazarite connection. Just so we see the Hayel connection, right? We see the Ami, the people, Amhara, right? So we have the people, Amika, right? We have the people connection, even in the word, where the very same key words have survived, and the same key words are found both in the Ethiopic as well as the Hebraic. And those are the key, how can you say, those are the key, those are the keys. Those are the signs right there. Now, let's go right here to, the song of Deborah and Barak. Then Deborah sang, right? They say sang. Then sang Deborah and Barak, the son of Abinoam, on the day, saying, praise ye the Lord for the avenging of Israel, when the people willingly offer themselves. Now, so they translate here the avenging of Israel in verse 2 of Judges chapter 5, but a more correct translation of it would be when men let grow their hair in Israel, right? Or what we can say is bifroa peraot, beef roa, or beef roa peraot be Yisrael, right? When men let grow their hair in Israel, when the people offer themselves willingly. Barku Yahweh, bless ye, y'all, Barku, all of y'all, right? Bless Yahweh, bless Yahweh. The translation that we're familiar with is praise ye the Lord for the avenging of Israel. So the phrase, the avenging of Israel, is actually when men knot up, when men let grow their hair, right? When men let grow their hair. We went through the footer here because they say the difficulty of translating the phrase bifroa peraot has led to many conjectures. The root para has been connected with the Arabic farah, Rastafari, and eminent man, Rastafari. And the rendering given in some versions is for that the leaders took part or took the lead, so forth and so on. But the best translation or the best understanding connects the root pera'ah, the head of long hair, as you can compare that with Leviticus 13:45 and Numbers 5 and 18. Some commentators explain it as referring to the unbound and streaming hair, the locks, the nati of the warriors who had consecrated themselves to the war of liberation. We have this even in Ethiopia, the fuzzy wuzzies and that whole process. You know what I mean? Or the what do they call it again? They have these different names for the growing of fuzzy wuzzies is one of them I like. The big woolly afros, and that's just one step towards the locks, or one variation of the same growing of the hair, right? So that part really needs to be brought out. See, we're not even getting into a full study of the Song of Deborah right here, just addressing some of the
the basic link between Psalm 110, verse 3, and the song of Deborah and Barak in Judges chapter 5, verse 2. But the people offer themselves willingly. Right. So we have to think on a certain level.
Yes.
Lion of Judah Society.
The full on that right there from Judges 5 and 2, and we have the same phraseology about the people offer themselves willingly, more on that. But here, just to seal up, give thanks, brothers and sisters. That's a whole other build, and it needs to be built. But at least that connection, ones can kind of research and even explore it. Go to the points of reference with speaking about Judges chapter 5, verse 2, the Perah, which is Perahot from the Para, has to do with the growing of the locks. Once again, just to bring this out right here. This is an important verse here. As we mentioned, praise. Actually, here it's actually Barak. You see that there? You would think that it's like hallelujah or whatnot like that. But here in Shoftim, Judges chapter 5, verse 2, it links with our psalm right here, I think verse 3. And people willingly offer themselves, Psalm 110. Here the English praise ye Yahweh for the avenging of Israel when the people willingly offer themselves. Let's break down the Hebrew right here. Let's go to that Tanakh, but let's go to this so we can show the words. It says, Bifroa Peraot Be Yisrael Be'ehita Nadev Am Barku Yahweh Bifroa. Now the translation, let's do this right here, just on this one verse here. So we're going to zoom in on this one verse. Now look. You say, no, it means exactly what KJV says. Okay. Because the BBE says, because of the flowing here. You see it right here? Right? Bifroa Paraot. Had a discussion with Captain Zani, I think, on Lawrence, what you know about God and chosen people back in the days. We had that kind of discussion right there. It was the same point, but we didn't have this point right here to follow it up on top of the other points. But here, BBE has it because of the flowing here of the fighters in Israel. Because the people gave themselves freely, give praise, Baruch. Actually says, bless your Yahweh, Baruch, Yahweh, praise, more better, bless. BSB says, when the people take the lead in Israel. Now, looking at, well, how is it not just pointed, but how is it to be vocalized? Beef roa peraot. Beef roa peraot. Some interpret it as when the princes take lead in Israel, when the people volunteer, Baruch Yahweh. Here, easy English is always kind of wild, but we look at it briefly here. When the leaders of Israel rule, when the people are happy to obey, this is a paraphrase, not a translation. Tell them that God is good. Oh my goodness, like we get it, right? But here's the Hebrew. Bifroa peraot b'Yisrael. KJV says, let's scroll down here, right? KJV turns the verse around. The verse, if they translate it directly, it'll be for the avenging of Israel when the people willingly offer themselves. But that's a bad translation, KJV, all around right there. The Hebrew, Bifroa, Peraot, B'Yisrael. Bifroa. So here we have the farah, to act as leader, to let loose. Really, the more the sense here, Pharaoh, to let loose. To let loose what? Right? To let loose, right? Be Pharaoh and letting loose the para and letting loose the leader, the commander. No, para. It's not para, but it's pera. right? The pira, here's the pira, piraot, beef roa piraot. This is to Zion Nasi Abdiel's point about why the grammar, understand the grammar, dictate of the Hebrew is so important, right? Because if you just go to Strong's and not understand how it's actually to be said, you won't know what you're really saying, and you'll be reading one of the aspects of the word, but not as it is in the verse. You see? Here is beef roa in the letting loose, beef roa peraot, in letting loose of the pera. What is the pera? Peraot is the plural, not the para. It's not para, it's pera. Pera, here we go to pera. So they have an entry for the pera. The pera is the here, the hair of the head, the locks. In the primary sense, the first sense, the secondary sense is the leader, right? The leaders. That's why I mentioned in the audible, the fuzzy wuzzies. We have that example, or even the mau mau, or there's other such examples. Ancient times among these cultures, our cultures, among other cultures as well. But here, the context right here, it says the hair as disheveled locks. It's telling you right here. So locks in the Bible. Now the verb, see, because how do we know that it's peraot, it's bifroa peraot, it's letting loose the hair and not the leader, right? Or the leaders. Because it's not the verb. Pera is the noun, right? Para is the verb. You check it? Pera is a noun. And it says peraot, the plural, right? So it would never be the lead, it's a verb. So the para, right? So even though you might use, here's where knowledge of the Hebrew is important, because you might use Strong's here, and you'll be getting to the root verbs, but because you don't read, or if you're not able to parse it correctly according to the grammar. See, we saw about the pointing, the vowels, but it's more about the grammar. Beef roa, in letting loose, when let loose, the peraot, when letting loose the locks, the Yisrael, when the locks are let loose in Israel, then it's on. Right? In other words, when the locks are let loose in Israel, beef roa peraota b'Yisrael. Why do you think when Rastaman started to grow the locks, it was we get things like Coral Gardens and other things, other episodes like that? Why do you think they're so brutal against the Mau Mau? Why do you think? Right? Remember, it's them that translated these things from our things, right? Could they understand? So it says for the avenging of Yisrael, right? That's the consequence when they start to let their locks. It's like saying when they let their locks grow, let it loose. It's like it's on. It's on. You know what I mean? It's like the Samson effect, right? Beef roa, but in the good way, in the overcoming way, right? Because Samson's a lesson too. Beef roa peraot be Yisrael behit behita nadeb am. When the people, even the heat nadeb. So you look at the word offer, willingly offer, it's nadab. But did you hear what I just read? Heat nadeb. Hita nadeb. What is the heat nadeb? The heat nadeb, right? It's the heat pa'el sense, right? With the beta sentia, the be, by way of in behita nadeb, in and when the people, the sense of when, in the sense of when, behita nadeb. So somebody would look up right here and say, oh, it's nadab. I'll say he's not dead. They say, no, it's nadab, because they don't understand the vowels. They don't understand the vowels in the sense of the grammar. The grammar. Heat's not dead, but heat's not dead. So the heat's not dead is the heat's pa'el. You see the heat's pa'el there? Heat's not dead. So even in the what you call them, well, this is not Strong's. This is actually the BDB. The BDB breaks it down. That's why we like the BDB side by side with the Strong. Strong's bringing out like this, but unless you really know the grammar, people might, does it mean to impel, to volunteer, right? More to present spontaneously, right? It's this sense right here, to volunteer. Heat, right? Heat pa'el, right? Behita nadeb am. Am is the people. When the people, hita nadeb, hita pa'al, hita nadeb, nadab. So we take the word nadab and we throw it in the hita pa'el sense, right? It is hita nadeb. right? When they volunteer, when they like offer, it could be to offer free will offerings, but they are presenting themselves, right? The reflection, they are offering themselves. It's like one let their locks loose, and the next one say, yeah, that too. So it's kind of like reflexive. You know what I mean? It's like encouraging. It's like strengthening. Then when we say chazak chazak or nit chazek, you see what I'm saying? Nit chazek, make we chazak one another. It's the heat pa'el sense. You see what I'm saying? So this is why the grammar is very, very important right here. So if you know the grammar, then some of that can be helpful in the links, the blue letter links. But if you don't know the grammar, you might have some misconceptions and might not even know what you're missing. You know what I mean? Because you'll see the definition, but you won't be able to discern like that sense of the word right there. Behita nadeb. Behitanade. How is the word, the root word nadab, and this is hitanadeb. What's a hitanadeb? It's a hitpael sense. It's a reflexive sense. It means that when it says when the people offer, it's a sense of offer themselves willingly. They volunteered themselves. They were like self-volunteering each other. We were all volunteering one another. That sense. We were all willing, right? And we made each other willing and became willing. That's the sense. It's like activities going on, something going on here, right? That's why the last part of the verse is Baruch Yahweh, bless Yahweh, right? Bless his name, Baruch. That's why it's here. If you notice, they even say praise ye, and some people will think because of hallelujah, they'll think like the praise there is hallelujah. That's why you can't deep end, right, on this. It's Barak. We show this over and over that sometimes, King James would even freestyle something, and it's not accurate. I understand why even Zion Lex had made a statement some years ago. Don't remember it fully, but it was like, what he thought about the King James Version, right? But then many of our people are coming from a certain level, and those who can, right, kind of show and prove, like look, this takes you to a certain point. You use it like this, so it's a stepping stone. If you don't, then it can become a stumbling block. Ouch. Right? So you see at the end here, Baruch, the highlight is at the end, but then it says praise ye the Lord in the beginning. But you see how the other translations, like even the ISV, wow, I gotta tell. Listen, usually I'm not an ISV. I really just like the Tanakh. I really like just the scripts. I could tolerate KJV because the blue letter words are there, so we can at least point it as a point of reference when we put it side by side with the Tanakh, like the blue letters, where every word is blue lettered, right? If you understand the the vocabulary, not the vocabulary, but the grammar, the structure, the build, the binyan, how it's built. This is how we build it. Baruch. So this one is actually better than the KJV. And in other cases, you'll hear me say the opposite because that particular verse or area is more or less correct as a stepping stone. ISV says, when hair grows long in Yisrael. Boom. That's a mic drop. When hair grows long in Yisrael. How come nobody brought this out? Right? How come nobody brought this out? Watch. When some of these guys get to find this and they got locks, oh man, they're going to be doing 153 videos. Or shorts. Hopefully, our fellow Habarim can, clip, snip and clip this as well. But we're gonna keep it pushing because the truth is out there. Just get it in here. When hair grows long in Yisrael, when the people give themselves willingly, bless the Lord. Besides Lord, this is a pretty good translation here, right? Beef roa piraot b'Yisrael. Behita nadev am Baruch Yahweh Baruch, bless y'all, right? And power to prosper he who he be. Bless his cause, bless his name, right? Let's go over here. I mean, even the Koine Greek, right? Eulogate ton krion, right? Even it has the same thing in the Greek. The Greek is Greek, but it's Hebrew thought, it's Hebrew mind. Let's go over here. When leaders took the lead in Israel, nah. I mean, the leaders, as they said, the ones who grew their locks, right? And yeah, right, yeah. Then in that sense, you know what I mean, like the fuzzy wuzzy. But no, that's not good right there. When the people answer the call to war, there's nothing mentioned there about war overtly. Praise the Lord. They got the order of praise the Lord or bless Baruch at the right point at the end of the verse. But let's look at this one here. This one's a little bit better because they say, be blessed, Lord. Mm, now that's a poor translation because it says Baruch. Baruch means y'all, you all bless he who be. It's not saying that the Lord is blessed. That will be Baruch. Baruch Yahweh. You see how the build is important? Barak, to bless. Here it says Baruch. It's like a command to you all. So I'm saying to all of y'all, bless he who be. Baruch Yahweh, bless y'all. Right? And then y'all will respond by saying Baruch Yahweh. That's how it goes. Baruch Yahweh. Y'all respond Baruch. So here the translation is as though the original said Baruch Yahweh. It says be blessed, Lord. Right? Because Baruch Yahweh is more like saying he is blessed. He who be is blessed. Be blessed. He is blessed. He is empowered to prosper. Lastly but not leastly, while WB also let it down, it says when leaders took the lead in Yisrael, no, bifroa peraot, right? Bifroa, and letting loose the locks in Israel, letting loose the locks, right? Devoting oneself. Bifroa peraot be Yisrael. So this ancient idea that like the locks, right, in certain contexts, had to do with warriors, right, is true in the Hebrew context, especially as we seek to bring out right here, not with those below the Hebrew, but these right here. Like this one is probably the best one from the English, with the exception of LORD. LORD is the Gentile Tetragrammaton. I don't like to even say the Gentile Tetragrammaton. I'll say if I have to, but the LORD. But here, Bifroa, Perao, Be Yisrael, Behita Nadeb Am, Baruch Yahuwah. When the hair grows long, Bifroa, when it's let loose, Peraot, the locks, Be Yisrael, in Israel, right? Behita Nadeb Am, when the people offer themselves, willingly volunteer themselves, Baruch Yahweh. Then, so when these things happen, it's like saying, then bless and power to prosper Yahweh, he who be who he be. Now, why is that important right here? Just to sum up, just so that main point we're sharing right here comes out. Let's go over here. Here we go, Psalm, right? So here we go right here. In this Psalm right here, let's bring out this verse 3, right? Verse 3, it says, KJV says, thy people willing in the day of thy power, in the beauties of holiness, from the womb of the morning, thou hast the dew of thy youth, right? Here, translators know, more than the womb of the morning, thou shalt have, etc., etc. Okay, let's get to Hebrew up here. Let's go down here to Tanakh. It says, Ameka nidabota biyom cheleka be hadareya kodesh meya rechema mishachar leka al yala duteka. Al, the dew, Yalduteka, the dew of thy youth, thy Yaldut, Yalduteka, Yaldut is like childhood, like youth. When you are youth, Yeled, like a youth. Yeah. So here, what do we have here? Amika nidabo to biyom cheleka. Amika, your people, nidabo, will be willing biyom in the day cheleka. Right? Or some would say, Amecha nidavota beyom chelecha. Modern Hebrew, Amecha nidavot beyom chelecha. More ancient pointing, Ameka nidavota beyom cheleka. Cheleka. right? Notice right here, Chelaka is highly, 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 highly. Yes, it's highly, highly. It's a Chayil. So when they say, "Oh, Chayil is not," when some campers say that Chayil is not Hebrew and da 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 da, and like Haile Selassie, Chayil as in Haile Selassie. You see what I'm saying? So here, Chayleka. So here it's saying your people Nedabot. Your people will be Nedaba, Nedabot. Will be willingness. There'll be free will. There'll be voluntary. There'll be willingnesses. They'll have that spontaneity, right? As what happened, right? Even we go back to the Roaring 20s, coming to the 30s, and the fascists, the Romanists, right? The Romans, the people who crucified Christ, right? That's what it says, right? It says that Antichrist will come from the people who crucified Christ. Oh, you thought it was the Yehudi. Oh, yeah, I get you. But actually, it was the Romans, right? It was the Romans. So notice something. It was the Roman Catholics who blessed the bombs of Benito Mussolini with the WMDs against, right, the man that was born there with Ethiopia. This man was born there, right? And what happened among once lost, now found? This is the roots for us as Hebrews and Israelites getting into the commandment keepers, royal order of Ethiopian Hebrews. What happened? There was that willingness, right? The willingness. Like some of the campers, the one West will say, "Oh, they're our brothers, yes," but they'll say, "Oh, black people wanted to fight for everybody. They wanted to fight for Ethiopia." Well, for good reason, for good cause. The ancestors then understood the prophecy, and they understood the Hebrew much better than some of this Lashon Kodash stuff. You know what I mean? So they understood, but the spirit, right? The spirit, right? In spirit and truth. Ameka Nadabo. So Ameka, your Amo Yisrael, Ameka. So here speaking to a man. Ameka. Amecha, I'm talking to a man. I'm saying like your people. Right? Ethiopians at home and abroad, are you not as the children of Ethiopians unto me, O children of Israel? All right, do we have that audible there? We have that clip there. Do we have that clip there? It's concerning the children of the Ethiopians, right? You might not have that available. No, that's not. We're gonna have to bring that one up right here. That's Amos 9 and 7. Be that as it may, right? Here it's saying in the day of your power, Chayil. But Chayil in some sense can be power, might, efficiency. Also can be wealth in the sense of army. So some say in the day of thy war, right? It says right here, it says Be Hadarei, right? Be Hadarei. The Hadar is the ornament, the splendor. Notice how when we look at like the Ethiopians from that day and that time of the King Messiah upon the throne of David, right? This man born there, you see that even the coronation and even in the other battles of the Judeo-Coptic, we can say the Judeo-Israelite Ethiopians, they're wearing all that, the warrior outfits. That's the Hadarei, right? The splendor, the majesty, the honor, the glory. Where it says Behadarei Kodesh, the Hadarei of what? The set apart, the Kodesh, the apartness, holiness, right? The holiness of Yahweh, that set apartness, that separateness, that sacredness. Remember we talked about Zion, where's Zion? What are the true scriptural qualifications? The throne of David in continuity. You see what I'm saying? And the sanctuary, right? We have the Ark of the Covenant, the priesthood. David had a son named Solomon. Solomon had a son named David that renewed the kingdom of David in the tops of the mountains, right? So Ethiopia man was born there. This is to make the Ethiopian connection here with the psalm right here. It says, May Rechem Mishchar, May Rechem Mishchar, May Rechem, from the womb, right? From the May Rechem. The Rechem is the womb, but also elsewhere, the womb man. Rastaman, the first one I heard talk about womb man, but now I see it's in their dictionaries. I'm like, whoa, look at that. Well, ain't is now in the dictionary. So I guess we were saying things and then they picked up and put in their dictionary. So here we have womb man. Check it out, y'all. Womb man, right? Right? The Rastaman that discovered womb man in the Hebrew. Here we go, womb man. You see? So they thought these people are crazy. It says a man and womb, man. That's not a word. Well, you see, this is the rechem, the womb, right? Now they're trying to put a womb in a man, right? I mean a male, right? But the womb is in the man, the womb man, right? Who's a female, male and female. You remember that one? The womb. So here this word elsewhere is translated as the matrix. The matrix, right? So it says Meya Rechem Mishchar, from the matrix of the dawn, from the matrix of the dawn, from the womb of the dawn, right? Mishchar. Mishchar is the dawn. From Shahar, the breaking of day. You know, the first light, the breaking of day, the daylight, the Shahar, right? The early rise, the light, right there. May Shahar, the dawn, up at early. Right? There we go, right there. There. It says Lekah, to the eye, Tal is the dew, the Tal, the dew, the mist, right? Yalduteka of your youth, right? This is the verse that, as a background of study and link, we just linked with what was that? Judges, Shoftim, chapter 5 in the Song of Deborah, when it speaks about the willingness, offering oneself's willingness in the day of your power, Chayleka, the day of your Chayil. So we have Chayil, right, in the Hebrew, right? So, you know, ones who like Dr. York, and he tried to write a book against the Lion of Judah Society back in the day. That's is Haile Selassie Christ. He was trying to gun, you know, against the king's men, you know, the King of Kings and the King's men, and against LOJ Society. And he came out that stupid, oh, it's not even a Hebrew. The name is not even Hebrew. I thought the guy actually knew something, but I guess those sisters that researched, they did their research well, right? And he faked the funk. Right? He knew what he knew, but, you know, when he went that way, he really went wrong. But he did worse than that. But anyway, you know, pray for the victims. You know what I'm saying? But right here, your people give themselves gladly in the day of your power, Chayleka. Your people shall be willing on the day of your battle, Chayil, right? When you fight your enemies, okay, that's the easy English. Fight your enemies. Your people will give you help in the early morning on the day of battle, right? The day of battle, right? The day of battle right there. There we go, the day of battle. Your young men will be there on the hills around Zion. Well, contextually, we can apply it to Ethiopia right there. With Ethiopia, this man was born there, just to make the connection right here with this psalm, right? This Melchizedekian psalm right here. This is a psalm of Melchizedek right here. It's also a messianic psalm, also Messiah, you know, also Yeshua. You know, he makes mention of this. But just to sum it up right here, to seal up, the priest king at the right hand of Elohim. When the Pharisees were gathered together, Yeshua asked him, what think y'all of Mashiach? Whose ben is he? And they said, Dawid, let Dawid. And he said to them, how then doth Dawid beruach, in spirit, call him Adoni, right? Saying, right, the Lord, Neum Yahweh, Ladoni, right? The oracle of Yahweh, or the Lord said to my Lord, sit thou on my right hand until I make thine enemies the stool of thy feet. If Dawid, this is Yeshua's reasonment, right? If Dawid then calls him Adoni, my Adon, my master, boy, sovereign, right? How is he Beino? How is he his son? And it says that no man was able to ask him a word, neither durst anyone from that day forth question him further. Just to show how important this psalm is, both in its so-called Old Testament, right, context, and also in the Berit Chadash sense. To the priest king at the right hand of Elohim. Messianic psalm right here. And here's some dubwise for the outro. Whoa. So right here. Shema Yisrael. Here's a little 3-in-1 right here. It's a small but very important psalm here. Little 3-in-1 right here. Shema.
Psalm 110. The Lord said unto my Lord, Sit thou at my right hand, until I make thine enemies thy footstool. The Lord shall send the rod of thy strength out of Zion. Rule thou in the midst of thine enemies. Thy people shall be willing in the day of thy power, in the beauties of holiness from the womb of the morning. Thou hast the dew of thy youth. The Lord hath sworn and will not repent. Thou art a priest forever, after the order of Melchizedek. The Lord at thy right hand shall strike through kings in the day of his wrath. He shall judge among the heathen. He shall fill the places with the dead bodies. He shall wound the heads over many countries. He shall drink of the brook in the way. Therefore shall he lift up the head. The head, the head, the head, the head, the head.
מזמור ק"י לדוד מזמור. נאום אדוני לאדוני שב לימיני, עד אשית אויביך הדום לרגליך. מטה עוזך ישלח אדוני מציון, רדה בקרב אויביך. עמך נדבות ביום חילך, בהדרי קודש מרחם משחר, לך טל ילדותך. נשבע אדוני ולא ינחם, אתה כהן לעולם. על דברתי מלכי צדק, אדוני על ימינך, מחץ ביום אפו מלכים. ידין בגויים מלא גוויות, מחץ ראש על ארץ רבה. מנחל בדרך ישתה, על כן ירים ראש.
መዝሙር 109 በቅንፍ 110 የዳዊት መዝሙር። እግዚአብሔር ጌታዬን ጠላቶችህን ለእግርህ መረገጫ እስካደርግልህ ድረስ በቀኜ ተቀመጥ አለው። እግዚአብሔር የኃይልን በትር ከጽዮን ይልክልሃል፣ በጠላቶችህም መካከል ግዛ። ካንተ ጋር ቀድሞ በኃይልህ ቀን በቅዱሳን ብርሃን ከአጥቢያ ኮከብ አስቀድሞ ከሆድ ወለድሁ። እንደ መልከ ጼዴቅ ሥርዓት አንተ ለዘላለም ካህን ነህ ብሎ እግዚአብሔር ማለ አይጸጸትም። እግዚአብሔር በቀኝህ ነገሥታትን በቁጣው ቀን ይቀጠቅጣቸዋል። በአሕዛብ መካከል ይፈርዳል፣ ሬሳዎችንም ያበዛል። በሰፊ ምድር ላይ ራሶችን ይቀጠቅጣል። በመንገድ ከፈሳሽ ውሃ ይጠጣል። ስለዚህ ራስ ከፍ ከፍ ይላል።
Lion of Judah Society.
Yes, brothers and sisters. I got this classic right here. Just want to share on the outro right here. May his memory be a blessing. Coca-Tea. That right there. Okay, the first of all, before we get into Coca-Tea on the outro right there, that's the King of Israel. Hugh Mundell right there, classic Hugh Mundell dub right there. But here for the outro right here, Coca-Tea, Israel's King right here. Shabbat Tov, looking forward. You know, this Shabbat right here, some special things coming forward, like to share with the eye. You know, there's a Zion Lex. He got his with the brother Shah coming forward, I think it's Friday, as well as Zion War Child, right? As well as I think it's coming forward to Friday around the same time. You know, at least the same, you know, coming up in the fullness of the Shabbat here. We got this 9th sabbatical study for the Shabbat strong. Wayyesheb, you know, more to come forward. But right here, Coca-Tea, let's switch it up right here for the outro right here. The B-Day. Let's get the B-Day. There we go. Right? Some of the elements of Zion, right? The elements of Zion right here. We have the Ark of Covenant, Right? We have the Davidic, Davidic monarchy, the key, right here. Classic. Oh,
Lordy, Lordy, for all the tribe of Israel, we just let them know that Israel's king is Israel's God. In oneness they say, yes, I'm mad, Israel's king is Israel's God. In oneness they say, tell them I'm mad. Boy, well now, we've come to one conclusion. No more of the Babylon inspiration. I has made a resolution. It will be the Rastaman redemption alone. Hey. Now I know, I know that Israel's king is Israel's God. And oneness they say, I must say mad. Israel's king is Israel's God. And oneness they say, I must say mad. Ooh, exalt ye the name of the King, come before his presence with singing. Know that he is the irate, and it's he who irate us. Now we are the sheep of his pastors, entering his gate with praise. Cause now I know, Lord, I know that Israel's king is Israel's God. And oneness them say, I'm mad. Yes, Israel's king is Israel's God. And oneness them say, yes, I'm mad. Ooh, the only one found worthy to release the 7 seals and to break their band of sound up and to set all captives free. Hail to the King, Haile Selassie, His Imperial Majesty. Hail to the King, Haile Selassie, and that's a power to the Trinity. Cause Israel's King is Israel's God, and oneness them say, I must say mad. Israel's King is Israel's God, and oneness them say, yes, I'm mad. Who will order now for all the tribes of Israel? Well, now we've come to one conclusion. No more of the Babylon inspiration. I has made a resolution. It will be the Rastaman redemption alone. Yes, I know that Israel's king is Israel's God. And what else them say? I'm mad. Israel's king is Israel's God. And what else them say? Yes, I'm mad. Why? The only one found worthy to release the 7 seals and to break their band.
yeah, if you're inspired to share this here, Midnight Kingdom Tree.
More like a all praises to his majesty. Child of a night action for the hey. Because we take out the cardinal chains. After how I come, your blood ship set sail. It's the Ija put me manage heaven herb gates. Rasta man of a set mountain. That day must come again. To battle and chicken Selassie I name. What a long eternity time frame. Create the forces you aspiring today. To humble within wrong is righteous spirit. That is good spirit. the kingdom trees balancing over it. Hey, 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 hey. Come here to see the old dragon slain. Come here, come build man, cause man build I say. Want me walk the two-dimensional pain. Me youth hygiene gone in again. The humble within wrong is good spirit. That is good spirit. That is good spirit. Yes, in the kingdom trees balancing over it. Technological pruning hooks and plowshares. Every room full of back camera these days. What your mama don't say, change your ways. Federal crab gun, this squeeze, listen in the end. Listen in the end. What could evolution of the elements became but a genius of a stupid game? To them matter is a constant shame. What kind of manners we arrange them brain? Humble within wrong is good spirit. That is good spirit. That is good spirit. Yes, in the kingdom trees balancing over it. Yeah. Come here to see the old dragon slain. Come here, come build man, cause man be like same. Well, what be suit I mental pain? Me youth hygiene gone down again. To humble within wrong is good spirit. Within wrong that is good spirit. Yes, in the kingdom trees balancing over it. Yeah. Because we the cut of colonial chains. After a while come your blood ship say it's the Ija put we manage heaven gates. Rasta man never said maintain that they must come again to battle at chicken till I see I name. What a long eternity time frame. Create the forces you aspiring to tame. Yes, in the kingdom trees balancing over it. Yeah, well over it. Yes, in the kingdom trees balancing over it. Yeah.
Lion of Judah Society.
Thank you, whatever you have done. Thank you, my brethren, for all your contributions.
This discipleship radio broadcast has been made possible by donations from audience and listeners like you. Give thanks. Thank you very much, Miss Ghana. This discipleship radio broadcast has been made possible by donations from audience and listeners like you. Give thanks. Thank you very much, Miss Ghana.
Whatever you have done. Thank you, my brethren, for all your contributions.
Lion of Judah shall break every chain.